feel like I want to get on and be like, everyone, Georgianne's here. She's
No,
hello,
don't even
hello,
do
let's
that.
party, let's party.
I'm like, okay, I got big shoes to fill you guys to figure out, like how to do.
All good.
Glad to have you.
All good.
Yeah, so-
I won't do that because the other jurors are here. But we'll do some other, I mean,
Some other time.
yeah,
What
I'm not
we
in charge of the
can
party.
do is like go out for drinks over the
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Sounds wonderful.
Deal.
Wonderful.
Let us gather, let us gather, let us gather. Okay, Kenny, how are we doing? Okay, great. Okay, let us. Oh, that's Kathy's little site model. Jennifer, are you going to join us for this part, or are you? Okay, okay, great. Right this way, please. Okay, everybody, we are going to roll into the second half of the Thursday thesis reviews. We have 3 great reviewers. Jennifer is joining us from the morning session, and then we have 2 new jurors, actually, and I'll let you introduce yourselves to all of us. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Georgianne Matthews. I taught here before I can see a couple of my students. I am coming back in the fall after teaching at Catholic University Urban Design and Practice. And I'll pass this to you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Zhu. I graduated from Virginia Tech with a Master of Architecture degree and a PhD in Environmental Design Planning. I taught the last fall. Hopefully come back this fall as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Melanie Hennigan. I'm a graduate of this program. Years ago, I came back and taught a little bit in the early 2000s. I'm president and CEO of Gorman Parker Architects. Delighted to be here today. Can't wait to see what you guys got. Thanks. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Okay, and we are going to start with Julia Campbell, who's chaired by Marcus King. We'll start here, then we'll rotate and go to this wall. Then we'll take a 3 to 5 minute intermission and turn the walls on both sides and reset before the last 2 presentations of the day. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Testing.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Julia Campbell. I first wanted to thank my friends, family, colleagues, co-workers for all of your support and encouragement up until this point in my life and architectural career. I'm so excited that you're here today to see me defend something that I'm very passionate about. And to my key professor, Marcus King, my chair, I've learned a lot from you these past 2 semesters, and I thank you for all your guidance along the way and for the ability to teach me the things that I know now. The title of this thesis is Middle Ground, with the overarching question, how can missing middle housing options recalibrate Prince George's County's fair living opportunities? While there are many areas around Washington, D.C. that thrive in terms of having ample employment opportunities, a diverse housing stock, and a higher than average area median income, that's not entirely the case for Prince George's County. Specifically in Landover, Maryland, a neighborhood made up almost entirely of minorities, some of the residents are highly cost burdened and are living in poverty. This is most likely the result of systemic and historical racial discrimination, where minorities were not given the same opportunities as white people for the initial transaction of their homes. Thus, the available housing stock is unable to meet their needs. So in order to better serve this community of renters and homeowners alike, a neighborhood of missing middle housing typology should be deployed, which offers residents a diversity of choice in their homes based on their group size and income. Missing middle housing is essentially all of the varying housing types between the size of a single-family home and a mid-rise multifamily building. Missing middle housing not only thrives in its architecture, but greatly impacts the urban and neighborhood scales. These neighborhoods are walkable and introduce multimodal transportation, fosters opportunities for employment and community engagement. Looking into the research of why I dove deeper into Prince George's County. As you can see here, the median household income in Prince George's County is significantly lower than the surrounding counties of Washington, D.C. Median home value is less than them as well. More people are spending a greater percentage of rent going directly towards their income, and 11% of the population is spending over 50% of their income directly on the cost of their home. As you can see in the existing housing typologies across the entire county, it is mostly single-family homes. There are only 1% of the entire housing stock in the county that belong to 2-unit buildings, which are duplexes, and only 2% of the entire housing stock are 3- and 4-unit buildings, which are triplexes and quads. That's just to give you a breakdown that there's not a whole lot of missing middle housing in the county as it is right now. I was looking deeper into the county to see where were the pockets of poverty in the area, and this is a poverty map of the county. And I saw that Landover, though it's on an Orange Line metro stop, was one of those cities in poverty, and I wanted to dig deeper and use Landover as a case study for the project. And the numbers came out true. There were a greater number of people living below the poverty level in Landover compared to the county as a whole, an even greater population of minorities. More people are unemployed, without a car, and the median household income is $26,000 less than the county as a whole, which I found to be an interesting number there. Looking back on history of why this might be, this is a 1937 Federal Housing Authority map that graded the areas in and around Washington, D.C. The grading scale was from an A to an H. Landover was graded a G, which the disturbing jargon they used was mostly black neighborhood and the worst neighborhood that a white person would live in. Setting up that kind of jargon makes it so that the community is not going to be able to thrive as well as it should in the future if it's going to be kind of viewed as that community right off the bat. Looking at a figure ground overlaid with some demographic information to try to find which site I should be building on. This is a map of the areas below the poverty level. I ended up choosing the site in this yellow polygon here. Median household income was also considered, and the amount of people that are unemployed. And the proposed site that I came on had an even lower median home value than the city as a whole, an even greater minority population. And some demographics to point out was that the median age was 25 and the household size was 3.5. Most of the people here are single parents with multiple children. It brings the median age down. There's a elementary school in the community and a high school right up the street. So it's just interesting and something to note when designing the units in this community of who's actually there right now. Going into the site diagrams. The proposed site is just outside of a mile walking radius, or a mile radius of 2 different metro stations. The Cheverly metro station is here. Landover is right up the street. So it's just right outside of there, but there are, on these blue lines, bus routes to take you to the metro station. However, there's not a bus route to take you right to the Landover station right now, but that will be changed in the plan. This is an existing zoning map of the site, and you can see that there is more than just single-family homes there, as you can tell, but the problem with this is that with existing zoning, it segments different types of homes into certain neighborhoods. This thesis is going to critique that, and that it should not be based on the land, it should be based on the building form. And form-based codes are something that is used in missing middle housing to place buildings where their forms work the best. So in the site is mostly single-family homes. There is an existing townhouse community, which is an extension of what's happening across the street. That will be demolished in the plan, but is going to be replaced with more missing middle housing. And here's just a closer look of what those buildings look like. The elementary school is right here on the site, high school right up the street, and right across Martin Luther King Jr. Highway is a commercial shopping center. This is an aerial view of the site. As you can see right now, it is mostly forested land, but there is parts of the plan that is starting to be demolished. And when I have driven by there, there were for sale signs on the plot of land. So it does seem like this community is going to be developed at some point. So that's where the most of the project will be happening, in that wooded area of the site. These are the existing missing middle housing stocks that exist in the county, in the neighborhood currently. Mostly just 2-story townhouses in a string of about 16. They're kind of dilapidated. Most of them are probably have been there since the post-World War II era, when most of them were built. And then there's massive 4-story, 4-bay wide townhouses going for $500,000 that this community simply is just not affording. So I'm not sure which demographic these townhouses are meeting. There's an opportunity to make this site be a bridged connection of all of the different surrounding neighborhoods. By carrying these grid lines through from different neighborhoods, it's a challenge, but an opportunity to make this the new central nucleus of this neighborhood. When I was looking at precedents and trying to fathom where do I begin with how many units I should even be trying to figure this out, I was looking at precedents and thinking about the ratio of buildable space and green space, and landed on about 375 units as the sweet spot. Ended up getting 374, so I'm happy about that. The density right now on the site, it's 29.5 acres. At 374 units, the density is 12.7 dwelling units per acre. 374 units in the rest of the neighborhood takes 72 acres and the density is only 5.3. So it just goes to show that missing middle housing can increase the density without being viewed as a place that is overly dense. Some adjacent site context. The main streets are Martin Luther King Jr. Highway. Secondary would be Columbia Park Road to the north, and to the west is Columbia Avenue. The existing conditions of Martin Luther King Jr. Highway is right here, and for the purpose of this thesis, I propose redesigning it, skinnying up the road a little bit, taking less emphasis off of the car in a way, as best as I can, bringing more green space into the site, creating a green buffer, and then a large sidewalk, front yards, and then somebody's home, so that buildings can front that street without being right on top of a busy highway. Just some context for the other surrounding streets. This is Columbia Park Road, just north of the site. Columbia Avenue to the west, and a typical street just in the middle of the neighborhood. Viewing something like this was kind of something was what not to do in the project, because right now these existing streets, people are parking on it. There's not a whole lot of travel possible with these existing streets. So it was just something to think about when planning the neighborhood. I'm going to explain the project from the macro site level scale down to the block and then to the individual buildings. So looking at the site in its figure ground, the entire site itself is within a 5-minute walk of itself in the neighborhood and a 20-minute walk from the Landover Metro station. When I was beginning to lay out the blocks, and I've practiced and iterated on it many times, these are the grid lines that I decided to pull through from the site. And what ended up happening is notice that there's not a connection right now from the west to the east. That was the first move, was to make a street that connected all the way through. It's close to the elementary school, it's good for travel. Only one of these roads would come all the way through and a new road would be created to connect the rest of the community. And another road would be coming through to become a 4-way stoplight intersection with the commercial shopping center. But other than that, that's the only vehicular only streets. What I created in the center here was a pedestrian street, and it's going to be the main spine of the community. It's going to bring that commercial anchor, instead of being on the corner of the site, bringing it into the site so that the community around it can all traverse into this central area, and it becomes the new focal point of the community for commercial. Starting to lay out some buildings. Now that I know I had those streets, I was able to start placing building fronts on these. And right now, these are just building masses. But I was starting to plan them out, and I noticed that the blocks were pretty large and that they needed to be broken up further. So that's when I started adding in some alleys and parking lots. Missing middle housing typologies do not typically have driveways. It's meant that it's supposed to be less car-friendly and more walkable. So parking is going to be happening on the street, parallel parking. There's some surface parking lots, and some of the typologies have garages. And these are the main street typologies. So the main typical street is just one-way traffic on either side with carved out parallel parking. The proposed pedestrian street is 30 feet wide, the spine of the site. The buildings there are 3 stories tall, so it creates a perfect 30 by 30 ratio, which is the ideal outdoor space that makes you feel like you're outside but still in an enclosed room. And then the alleys are the third type of street. Filling in the rest of this community with some greenery, pulling in from the existing parks, making that green space carry throughout the site was the next move. And then finally adding building backs up against the alleys, because I knew, foreseeing that there was going to be some building typologies that had garages, so that the backs of those buildings would need to face those alleyways. This is what the final site turned out to be. In a nutshell, basically the park from the west side flows into the site here, and this is the main western anchor of the site. You traverse through the pedestrian street and reach the center of the site, which is a pedestrian street in both ways. It carries all the way through. When you get to about here, that's the main community area of the site, where there's a community center that has a leasing office, fitness center, and a daycare. And then as you go all the way to the end of the site, it's what I'm calling Martin Luther King Jr. Plaza. There's a new bus stop up there, and this is the overall flow of the site. Placemaking and bringing in these green spaces was an integral part of the thesis. Right now, the existing community lacked place. So placemaking can be seen through not only the pedestrian street, but the 3 levels of hierarchy of the green spaces created. There's one's own backyard or front yard. The next level going up is our shared courtyard, which can be found in many of the blocks of the site. And then it's all of ours bigger parks. So there's kind of 3 levels of spaces, and this is a critique of the single-family neighborhood because there are no shared, more intimate outdoor spaces that are not large parks in single-family context. It's either your yard or everyone's public green. Looking at all of the typologies, there's 13 different iterations of buildings. They all fall into 7 different families: a granny flat, carriage house, townhouse, duplex, triplex, manor house, or a live-work building. So those are the 7 different types. And as you can see here, the beauty of missing middle housing is that all of these can exist in the same blocks. It's not like all of the duplexes are in one area and all the townhouses over here. It mixes people up, gives people a diversity of choice on where they would like to live. Everything was done deliberately. Looking at all of these demographics, it all influenced how many kinds of types there should be, how many bedrooms should be in this unit, how many of this unit should I have across the site. So it was all carefully planned out. And these are the different types. So some of them just have one variation, but there are 4 different kinds of townhouses, 2 different kinds of live works and duplexes and carriage houses as well. So looking at this breakdown, I'll just use a few examples. So since there are 2.5 children per household, I was figuring that many of the units would need to be 3 and 4 bedroom apartments or homes, single parent, and some secondary bedrooms for the children. Another demographic is that upwards of 10% of the population is unemployed. So that means I wanted there to be at least 10% of live-work units in the plan. And in fact, there's 22.5%, brings more opportunity for employment into the neighborhood. And there's upwards of 20% of households that are non-relative, which means these people living in the community are roommates or they're not family members. So having ultra shared spaces and bathrooms that everyone is using might not be suitable, and maybe having 2 primary bedrooms might work better than just having 1. So all of these things were considered in having different configurations of all of these unit plans. Getting down to the block, what you can see here is people have their individual yards. Fronts and back conditions are there. You get to a shared courtyard space in the center and the large park space on the edges. But what you can also see here is that there are 7 different typologies in this block. 2 different kinds of townhouses, 2 duplexes, 2 carriage houses, and a granny flat. Moving to the block in the southwest, the new typologies introduced here are a triplex, manor house, and a townhouse with a garage. And to the center of the site, 3 new typologies are introduced. Oops. Waiting. Which are the live-work buildings. All right. Now down to the building scale. These are the 13 different housing types I designed in the project. They're all seen in the pattern books, all of those plans, elevations, and the types of people that could be living there. But for the sake of this presentation, I'll be talking about the types of people that might live in these 4 different types. And I'll be explaining them through avatar stories. So Anita has recently become a widow and is looking to downsize into a 1-bedroom home. Her daughter Camilla and her 2 young children moved into a 3-bedroom townhouse in this new neighborhood in Landover. Okay. Oh, hold on. Wait a sec. They're all in walking distance of Columbia Park Elementary School, so Anita decided to join this neighborhood. She doesn't need anything large for herself, just one bedroom will suffice, but she wanted a place where she can garden and play with her dog and read the newspaper on the front porch. She wanted it to be wheelchair accessible because this is the home that she plans to age in place in, so that was another thing that was important for her. An accessible bungalow, otherwise known as a granny flat, is perfect for Anita, and she decided to purchase it. Now, every morning, she could see her grandchildren walking to school with their moms and have coffee on the porch with her neighbors. Jorge and Nikki have 2 children with a baby on the way. They moved out of their apartment in Crofton, Maryland, and are looking for a property in which they can generate residual income and be close to a metro line. They found this stacked duplex and planned to live in the upstairs 2-level unit because it had the perfect amount of bedrooms for them, and it had a den space that they can use for teleworking. They found a tenant for the ground floor unit, so each month, the rent collected from the downstairs unit will help Jorge and Nikki pay for their first mortgage. Their upstairs unit overlooks the linear park along Martin Luther King Jr. Highway, but they also have a backyard where their children can safely play, and they will host barbecues back there with their neighbors. A group of 4 friends and recent graduates from the University of Maryland College Park are looking to get an apartment together. They decided on a central location of Landover to settle down, since some of the tenants will be commuting to both Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. This unit needs to be accessible since one of the friends has a disability, so they found a 4-bedroom, no-step, ground floor unit in a manor house, which is a 9-unit building with various floor plan types across 3 stories. The unit options are either a 1-bedroom with a den, a 2-bedroom, or a 4-bedroom. No matter the size of the unit, each one has its own balcony or patio, and many of the buildings are placed as anchor points on the edges of the blocks in the neighborhood. And lastly, Maya is a single parent to 1 daughter in elementary school and wants to start a cafe business with her brother Jordan, who just moved to the neighborhood in a 1-unit carriage house. Maya chose to rent the top floor unit of a live-work building so that she can wake up early and walk downstairs and start baking. Maya and Jordan were uncertain how they would ever be able to begin their business, but thankfully this configuration and simple walkability works for her family. The live-work buildings front the main pedestrian street, but each unit still gets its own private outdoor space, usually with a quieter ambiance compared to the main street, which floods with residents every day. When you look at the pattern book, you can see that there's many different avatars for each building type. That's the beauty of missing middle housing, but many housing options can be appealing to the resident, but also each building type is inviting multiple different kinds of residents. It's not like one resident fits well here. These units are flexible and can work for many different kinds of people. Finishing up with a few site perspectives and reinforcing the main themes of the project. First, by introducing multimodal transportation, having the bus stop on the site, not just for the school, but for buses going to the Landover Metro Station was important. This is a perspective of what that interior court space looks like for the blocks. The park on the western end of the site, you can see here that 5 different typologies can exist in front of this park, offering a diversity of choice, diversity of residents being able to use the same spaces. Being engaged with the community is important. You could do that in these more quieter outdoor spaces that are not large enough, like park size. Engaging with the community was important, and it can be done in certain areas of the site. And lastly, a sense of place is restored in Landover. Placemaking is important, and now these residents feel like their neighborhood is livened up a bit. This is where the presentation ends. If you have any questions or comments, I would love to hear them. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, Julia. Congratulations. Just have a quick question. From your research, how did you get to 12 units per acre? I guess that's what you have. And then you say that the neighboring community is about 5 units per acre.
Thank you. So the acreage on the proposed site was 29.5. Knowing that there was going to be 374 units as a rough estimate on the site, what I did was find the density, and that 375 units divided by how many acres there are gets you the density of 12.7 units, dwelling units per acre. Same thing with the other site. I measured it out to be 72 acres divided by the 374 units is the density of the 5.7.
Maybe my question is, where did you get the 373? Is that because of your income or ability to pay the housing?
No, it was from looking at other precedents and realizing that, this, if I were to think like of a number, 800 units, let's just say that, it would have really overcrowded the site. So I was looking at precedents and saying, okay, about how much green space, how much parking is expected in a community without it becoming super overcrowded. So I was looking at precedents from other firms that do missing middle housing and seeing what that ratio was kind of like, which gave me a rough estimate of how many houses would be on the site.
Hi, Julia, how are you? I'm good. It's really wonderful for you to address the issue of the missing middle. And you can't, okay, sorry. All right, hi. So I'm really glad that Julia is addressing the missing middle in housing. And I'm going to applaud you on 3 things, and that is reknitting the sort of feeder streets into the main thoroughfare, traversing your new master plan, which is quite comprehensive. 2, creating a main street. I think that's fantastic. And 3, offering multiple unit typologies. So you mentioned that there was only one bus stop. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Many of the people who are moving to Prince George's County have left Washington, D.C., which has a fantastic plan. It's contextual, and it was easy for people to sort of live their lives, access transportation, multiple amenities, and also schools and work. So I'd like for you to answer, where are people going? Where's the workforce center in addition to live, work, housing? And then the second thing is about design aesthetics. When we're offering missing middle, what is your strategy to providing really sort of unique design that doesn't say, I'm offering you something that's affordable? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So to address the first question of reaching other commercial places, so right now on the site, the bus stops I'm proposing, one is up here going southbound, another one is actually down here going northbound. There's already some commercial in this shopping center here, but I did want to bring in commercial. It's pretty much along this entire spine, west to east and north to south. But the other commercial around the site is still within a mile walking radius. Looking at some figure grounds, I don't know if I have a good one here, but when you get to the Landover Metro Station, there is commercial along the way here. I forget the highway exactly, but there is some commercial up here, but still that there are opportunities on the bus lines to commute to other places. For the design, you're right. I don't think affordable housing should look affordable. It should look like any other housing. It shouldn't be designed any differently. The main idea of designing these were to take a pretty classical approach. I didn't want it to look super different than what was existing in the community, so sticking to something brick, traditional, classical was the main idea, but making it a little bit more contemporary, maybe adding a little bit of metal into it, or just bringing it to life a little bit more than the existing aesthetics of the community.
Thank you. So congratulations. Great presentation. A lot of really terrific information, lots of wonderful analysis. So I appreciate the deep dive. I'm curious to learn a little bit more about your thoughts on the children that will occupy, right, the community and the neighborhood. I love the multi-generational aspects of the housing stock that you've provided. So I'd love to hear about how, with children, there's kind of an indoor and outdoor quality. You've shared with us the different types of exterior personal space, communal space, and the different, kind of gradations of that space. But on rainy days, inclement weather, bad weather, cold weather, what are your thoughts on where children will go to play and things like that? And I'd just love to hear a little bit more about the whole multi-generational aspect of the project.
Sure, thank you. In terms of the overall plan, knowing that there were a lot of children in the site, I did place 2 different playgrounds on the site. One is on the western end, and I just want to also point out this is not just for this community. So one is down here to address all of the community that lives on the western end of the site. There's also one in the middle of the site up here near community center. And in the community center, it's, you know, it's more than just a fitness center and a daycare. It is indoor recreational space up at this park here too. You know, there's a pool, basketball courts, some green areas for the children to play. Thinking about children getting to those places safely was something that I wanted to include in the plan. So originally I was designing the street to come all the way through here and not be pedestrian, but for children to walk across this street and have to cross a vehicular street was something that I took out. So thinking about how they could, you know, get into this neighborhood safely was important. I think connecting it back to the elementary school was a good part of the plan and also why I chose this site. So these are all recreational fields of the school that are existing, like baseball fields and things like that.
Can I tag on to that? You know, one of the things I'm really interested in, and I do want to applaud you on the variety of the facades and the different treatment. The indoor-outdoor spaces, I see that, you know, some of the housing examples have an outdoor balcony. Sometimes it's covered, sometimes it's not covered, that indoor-outdoor space. Can you talk about how you decided where those kinds of spaces go? Because those really help to bring the exterior spaces to life, right? When people are kind of hanging out on their outdoor balconies and terraces, it really engages the community.
Yep. The goal was to provide that in all of these different typologies. I'm pretty sure the only ones that don't have any sort of yard or roof deck thing per se would be the carriage houses, since it's mostly you know, housing over top of garage only ground floor conditions. But in the rest of the conditions, it's either having front porches, elevated roof decks, and like all of the townhouses and the manor houses and triplex and things like that. I'm giving residents a diversity of choice. So, you know, some people might not have the biggest backyard. If you're living up here, for example, you don't have a huge backyard, but you have a front porch. You know, people down here, you know, you don't have a backyard at all, but you have a roof deck. So it's giving people the opportunity of choice. So you can have a really big backyard, but you might not have a garage. So it's trying to give a bunch of diversity to the site. But the goal was to have indoor-outdoor relationships with all of the typologies.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm going to make some comments which I'm going to ask to you because I think your presentation is very persuasive and very encyclopedic and encompasses sort of all the aspects of others that we've seen this morning as well. And I'm having a little bit of culture shock, and I'm going to ask you a question which is like a really broad question, which it seems to me that a lot of the theses that we've seen this morning, and I'm asking you specifically about yours, is they seem like arguments in favor of doing architecture. And the impression I'm getting from everybody is that you have to convince the American public of the need for architecture. And you've couched it very persuasively in terms of this middle housing opportunity, which we have been seeing in other groups as well, or other presentations this morning as well. And I understand that, and it's fascinating, and I think it's great that you're identifying these opportunities. Then you've gone into these locations that need this housing. You've identified these different types of people and their families, and anyway, it's really, really persuasive. But what I have noticed in the other presentations as well is like the architecture, what to me, coming from Europe, architecture would be the architectural object, you know, and so it seems in almost all the presentations, that's why it's sort of an unfair question, because I'm asking you a question for actually everybody, which is, what is the focus of architecture? Is architecture the architectural object, or is architecture the opportunity to produce an architectural object, which it seems like. In fact, you said something about, well, first of all, I like the idea of the pattern book, and I applaud you on this handout that you've given us, which is, I think, very persuasive. But my question is, you said something about that you didn't want to be too different than the rest of the neighborhood. And that, I guess, is my question, is why? Like, why can't we be more different? Why can't we, or shouldn't we be more different? So there's, to me, there's sort of a banality of suburbia, which is fascinating. And, you know, the images, I grew up in Bowie and I worked at Landover Mall. And I mean, the images you showed of the existing housing types were new when I was a kid. So they seem familiar. And yet, so how do we respond, you know, 30, 40, 50 years later to that banality? And so how would you respond to that question? Sorry.
That's okay. So I believe architecture is only one piece of the puzzle. This project or thesis is a test of typology. How can these typologies work better for this community? It's critiquing single-family homes. It's also critiquing just typical Euclidean zoning. So architecture is only one part of the equation. The other part of achieving affordable housing is getting banks on board, local zoning department, and things like that. You want it to sort of blend in with the rest of the community, but you're right. I don't want it to look like the existing community, but it should at least blend in to not stick out as something completely new and different, especially because I want this to be an anchor and bridge to the rest of the community so they don't feel left out, like they can't come here because it looks too different than their own home.
Hey, Adam. I think what Adam, I think what you're asking is a really interesting question. And Julia, right? You just answered it by saying you want it, you don't want it to stick out. But I think the question is, well, why can't it? Why can't it be greater than? Why can't it be better than? You know, I think one of the aspirations of, and you know, this is kind of the middle ground, but one of the aspirations of, say, really good affordable housing is that it not look like affordable housing, that it actually looks better than that, right? That's one of the things that you're striving to do, because I think we all remember years and years ago when you drove by an affordable housing project and it looked very sad, right? So for years and years, I think we've all been trying to raise the bar and raise the standard of what that looks like. But this other idea of, you know, this could have looked like many, many different things, right? It happens to be in Prince George's County, you know, in Maryland, in the Mid-Atlantic region. Sure, there are vernaculars around here and things like that, right? And you might see certain vernaculars on the eastern shore of Maryland, in western Maryland, in, you know, kind of this Piedmont area of Maryland. I think what Adam's asking is a really terrific question. And the idea that I think you want to be in and of this area, you want to fit in, but fitting in doesn't mean giving in. You know, it doesn't mean giving in to an older tradition that maybe wasn't as aspirational as it could have been. And, you know, and I think there's a lot of things here about the vernacular that we could, you know, the several different vernaculars that you've chosen to work in that we could kind of talk about and critique. I do appreciate the scale, the vastness, the mathematical analysis of the zoning and things like that. So kudos on all those fronts. And, you know, and I think your thesis is doing something all good theses do, and that is it's bringing up controversial ideas and elements that we want to debate about.
I agree, and I think that's what I was getting to when I mentioned design aesthetic. If you took a deeper dive into the culture of the people in this area and where they're coming from, I'm sort of looking at this facade here and thinking of Baltimore row house, which would have a more pronounced fascia, a typical Federalist row house in Washington, D.C. So there are details and vernacular that, yes, you can pull from, in addition to craftsman bungalows or the Piedmont sort of colonial style. And so you could use that as the foundation for sort of pushing this as a new environment where people who are migrating have to go, but there's something that they can remember. I'm going to go back to Melanie's thought on children. Ultimately, you are trying to help a community that has many different housing typologies, tend to need multiple bedrooms and have children. And I'm just looking at this plan. There's only one connection to the shopping center. I'm a native Washingtonian, So when I think of growing up, I send my 13-year-old to the store 2 blocks away. There's a corner store, there's sidewalks, there's sort of trees and allays that create these thresholds and separation between cars and where she's walking. And so integrating a little bit of that so we can actually see the movement of kids. And then when you do your presentation about a day in the life, you're then talking about this person who has a history of where they came from, and then also talking about how their kids move from school and through these streets and across the street to the shopping center. And that's a whole lot, and we're only asking you these questions because this is really thoughtful, and we're all trying to address it. And my concern with just providing housing is that we're just going to generate a lot of housing stock that's not quite pleasing, that doesn't withstand the test of time, and that doesn't add to our architectural aesthetic. Okay.
Julia, I want to applaud you for a presentation that was very rational. And I thought you used diagrams and representations in a rhetorical way to support that logical argument. You know, for me, your thesis is very, very ambitious. And I think you're caught between 2 components that we look at for many students who pursue a thesis. On the one hand, you're doing an urban design project, and on the other hand, you're trying to design a building or a series of buildings. And I think that pull in the 2 directions is extremely complex. And I would suggest that where I think you got into some challenges is that when you took the pattern book and the different kind of housing types that you have and you used it like a cookie cutter and then tried to fit it into the urban design fabric that you were creating. And so I would encourage you to realize, and I think you do now, that housing types are very fungible and easy to transform and vary without a lot of effort. And now if you went back and looked at your urban design scheme, I think you could find places where, because you use the cookie cutter approach, you have awkward outdoor spaces and unfortunate alignments that if you had looked at it more globally as an urban design project, I think you would have avoided those. And then you could have used your pattern book to say, I have 30, 40, 50% of the urban design figured out, but there's a whole bunch of variations here, but the basic idea holds. And I think you would have a richer, more powerful thesis, demonstrating your thesis, which is that the missing middle has great opportunity. It doesn't have to compromise on the quality of life, and that I can drive that home. And where we get into trouble is when we try and make these more complex communities with cookie cutter approach, which is what made suburbia and a lot of the banality that I think my colleagues are talking about. But I just want to go back to my first comment so you don't take my comments as critical. I think you brought a very strong, logical, rational approach, and I applaud that. I think what I'm trying to emphasize is this duality in your thesis is maybe where you're finding the disjuncture.
Yeah, that is a good point. For me, I couldn't really bear to see it only 60% completed. That's why I was thinking of it in terms of, like, if a developer were to go out and do this, okay, it's 13 different types, not 13 different types plus 20 units that are a little bit skewed. I was trying to just make it seem a little bit more appealing like that. But yes, I do think that, you know, ways to bookend the blocks and things like that would be done in real life a little bit more thought out than how it is here.
I'm sorry, I'm hogging the, I thought David was going to point out what he had pointed out with Rachel Archer's project, that there's something about the repetition which could be a good modular way of also developing it and pushing it in that way. I mean, I think it's interesting to see how the comments that are made on other theses, are applicable to your thesis and vice versa. So I really think that would be interesting to bring into the equation as well. And also, I did want to reiterate that I think your presentation is really awesome and really coherent and convincing. So, and congratulations.
So Julia, congratulations on great presentation, great project. I remember sitting down for one of the reviews in the committee. And yeah, I think the conversations seem to have been fruitful, and I think that you took heed of some of the comments. Mostly, I see a lot of very positive notes, so many that, I'm not going to list them. But the way that you stitched your project into the existing site, the way that you handle the creation of public spaces, the way that you're approaching several different types of family units and situations, the typologies. I think what they've talked about typologies. It's a very interesting experiment in that sense, because it's such a big issue, and big topic, typologies in architecture and architectural history and whatnot. So I heard Adam's comment regarding the banality of suburbia, and I think it's a valid comment. I do think also that we also need to give people a certain level of agency to transform these units, and I think that would happen eventually, so that even in the midst of a suburban environment, people do take the opportunity to individualize their homes. My neighbor across the street, for instance, who lives in a typical mid-century house in Prince George's County, not far from here, who's Mexican. He's added like tiles, like Mexican tiles to the steps, and he's actually done a series of things to sort of apprehend the typology. So I wouldn't be worried about that. I think for me, perhaps, and I don't know if this has been addressed or not, I had to take a short break. One of the things that I noticed, and maybe you can talk a little bit about that, is the presence of the carriage typology, carriage house typology, which seems, I'm wondering what would have happened if that typology were not to exist in this context, and maybe give that courtyard the opportunity to have been completely a garden or a courtyard space for recreation. In my mind, it seems to create more issues with vehicular traffic, entries and exits, and I don't know. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that carriage house typology.
Thank you. So specifically, like in this court here, the great thing about carriage houses is that the garages do not have to be exclusively for the people that are living there. So it's a way to achieve parking of a lot of people. In this case, it would be 20 cars in these homes here, which can serve the pedestrian street, because it doesn't have to be the residents that live there. They could, rent out one garage space or something, and the rest could be public parking. So for that case there, it was a way to not have a surface parking lot take up so much of the site. So it's a way to get parking and unit in at the same time.
Julia, you've made the choice to look at pattern books, and you've kind of done a prototypical design. And I think this is a really fantastic community master plan. I know you to be an awesome researcher. Were there other precedents that you looked at? Anything by Duane Plater Zyberk or council housing in Europe? for typologies because you're always balancing cost effectiveness, constructability, and then aesthetic. I just want to know what you looked at.
I looked at a bunch of different things. From work experience, I've been familiar with working on missing middle housing typologies and neighborhoods at this scale, and also looking at, Congress of New Urbanism, missing middle housing, and Opticos design, which Dan Parolek is the one who kind of coined the term missing middle, looking at all of that, a bunch of different precedents, but also looking at going way back in history, thinking about like a Roman castrum and having everything in, all your live, work, play, everything sort of in the same nucleus network is something I was looking at too.
So my previous comment had to do with the urban design and how it could maybe have been altered slightly by not being so cookie cutter in its approach. Now I'd like to talk about the buildings if I could. So I think the pattern book demonstrates the way in which a builder would go about using Western platform framing to make houses, to make places for people to live in. But it seems to me that as a form of architecture, it's not so malleable that it can be any shape, any place with not thinking about structure. So when I look at some of your plans, like the one right in front of me, there are all kinds of laminated beams in there and structural efforts that allow you to frame this thing out in a way that can make these spaces. And it just seems to me that if you had looked at Western platform framing, what it's really good at, which is making these very stable boxes of a finite size because of how framing is put together and the spans that can be done, that you could have provided an order and a structure that would have, I think, demonstrated construction logic and even some point of view about architecture that is different than this kind of builder's approach where this form of framing can make anything. And what that does is, I was taken by a comment you made early on when you started describing the style of architecture, where architecture was like so much spice that I sprinkled on the buildings. And instead, I would like to believe, and maybe I'm old-fashioned in this regard because of my age, but I like to think that architecture is more fundamental than that. And it's analyzing problems in the way in which you analyze the socioeconomic situation that you're designing for. And I would think that that kind of approach could produce a richer, stronger, more vital architecture that doesn't treat style as like just so much decoration, but in fact is more thoughtful about the quality of spaces, how those spaces are made, the limits of Western platform framing, and how I could capitalize on that for aesthetic impact. Because it just kind of hurts my eyes a little bit when I look at that porch there, and I see that the columns supporting the porch are inbound from all surfaces and seem to defy logic for how I would frame that out using Western platform framing. But I see that everywhere. And the reason why I think I see it is because when builders build things and design things, they just put symbolic gestures in and they don't think about what they're really building. And so they stick columns on that don't really matter. And since we talked about it so often in class, the housing project across the street is an excellent example of what I'm talking about, where we have B vents going right through pilasters, which just boggles my mind. Anyway, I wanted to bring that up to your attention because I think you are great skill in like making plans, but now there's another level that I think, and again, I would say it's because you're so ambitious that you can't do all these things.
And you're calling it another level, David. It's, and I'm going to tag on to something that Adam said earlier about something being banal. One of our great professors here, Ralph Bennett, once said that architects bring a kind of nobility to the apparently banal, due merely to their interest in it. So we have the ability as a profession to elevate all of this. And, you know, the explorations that you could make, the architectonic explorations, you know, how is gravity being honored and how is it being defied? And what does that mean to, you know, this order that you're implying to these new spaces? I think there's an obligation to go to that next level, right? Not right this second. I mean, you've done a great amount of work, and I think, you know, I hope you feel it's appreciated because it really is. But it just proves that we're never done, guys. I mean, there's always more that we could be doing, and taking it to that next level is. It's going to be the pursuit of a lifetime, it's going to be the challenge of a lifetime, and it's also going to be the opportunity of a lifetime. So congratulations, you've got something very provocative. We could sit here for days probably and debate it, and it would be awesome. Thank you.
It's a great final comment. So Julie, I want to commend you on an excellent thesis. I think a lot of the things that we talked about in our interaction sort of came up in this discussion. One of the first things I remember when you and I met was, what do you want to get out of this thesis? And in the beginning, it was really about these sort of individual plans, the missing middle itself as a building. And then we had this conversation about, well, what does the place feel like? And I think, as Professor Conrad pointed out, this sort of pushing and pulling on what is going to be the focus of this thesis. Is this going to be an urban project, or is this going to be sort of a focus on the building? I think really became a contentious point, but also an opportunity as well. And I think you've done, with the level of time that you had in this thesis semester, 2 semesters, I think you've done an excellent job at that. I do want to reiterate that there's been a lot of talk about style, and I think had you had another couple of months to like really dive into the aesthetics and the style of it, that it would have come out in some of these building typologies that you've shown. But I do want to call out the point that you've actually created some really nice places. I actually think the sort of awkwardness of some of the master plan actually is very endearing and very enjoyable. But it really is an exercise in how do we not just create affordable housing, and in the critique about the style of the affordable housing, that's a valid critique, but one of the things that, you know, we can critique about the 1950s public housing typology is that it lacked place, right? And I think your thesis sort of challenges that, trying to provide affordable housing that is indicative of place. A couple of things I want to express to you in terms of opportunities. You know, we already talked about design, so I won't belabor that. But I do think this conversation that has been had about integration, whether to do it, whether or not to do it with the existing surrounding. You didn't talk about it a lot, but you are doing it. I'll call some of these typologies at the north of your site here, sort of taking some of those some empty parcels, back of houses for some single family houses, and introducing some of those carriage houses, which probably are a better location for them than sort of inside the plan. All valid critiques. I would have liked to see a little bit more of that. That's more so what we see in the real world as well. And then a more in-depth study of the relationship of the building to its individual site, the parcel level, and being able to negotiate what sort of spaces happen around that. So I think all those things you can sort of tackle. You have the skill set to do that, to make this thesis even better than it already is. So with that, I'll end, and I just want to say congratulations and thank you for taking me along this journey with you. Yeah, this is great. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. We're going to rotate 90 degrees this way for Austin. I'm going to check that. Oh my God, Matt, so brutal. Okay. Okay, so let us rotate. After Austin, we'll have a 3 to 5 minute intermission while we rotate the boards around. Yes. Yeah, that's after this one. Yeah, no, after this one, we're gonna take a short break to rotate the walls and all the things that we need to do. And then we lost Adam maybe, but he'll be back. Okay. So up next we have Austin Toth, chaired by Brian Kelly, who is with us in the ether. The internet.
Cool. Testing. Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you all for being here. My name's Austin Toth, and my thesis centers around the historic mill town of Ellicott City, Maryland. Ellicott City is located about 10 miles west of Baltimore, and much of the town is organized along the central artery of Main Street. Main Street features many shops, restaurants, small businesses, and an eclectic historic architectural style, which makes it a pretty popular tourist destination, and it has a lot of charm to it. The town itself was built along a steep granite valley where several tributaries intersect and weave their way through and under the built environment, where they eventually run into the Patapsco River. And so while all of these rivers were advantageous when the town was mainly a mill town, the steady increase of impermeable surfaces has led to increasingly more destructive floods over recent history. And so since being hit with 2 disastrous floods in 2016 and 2018, the vibrant small business district has been in a constant state of rebuilding. Howard County has been in the process of implementing a flood mitigation plan, which consists of several constructed wetlands within the greater watershed area. You can see over there their location. There's also a north tunnel, which diverts some of the water that is found higher up a little bit past Main Street down to the Patapsco River. And it also features the demolition of several buildings on Lower Main Street that have been deemed unsafe due to the floods, and those locations are right there. The existing river runs underneath them, and so those buildings are being demolished. And so while this existing plan minimizes some of the risk, it does not solve the issue of runoff directly within Ellicott City. And so the goal of this thesis is to foster resilience through the redesign of the built environment within the city. And so this thesis will focus on the elimination of impermeable space that contributes to the speed and destructive nature of this runoff, all while creating new amenity spaces for the community that exist in harmony with the historic context. So first, we must analyze Ellicott City as a whole to determine areas that need improvement. Here you see the existing figure ground of the street, and so most of the buildings are organized directly along the central axis of Main Street. There are several smaller streets that divert off of that, but the sheer density of buildings around Main Street, particularly in the lower area, once water does end up running off into that area, it can pick up speed, and that lower part of Main Street becomes a pretty impermeable channel of flowing water. To get into the program a bit, much of the Main Street environment is dominated by these small-scale retail facilities, and so these include novelty shops, restaurants, bars, all these elements that give Ellicott City its character. There's also some small-scale commercial offices there, but those are few and far between, and there are very few residential buildings directly on Main Street. And so in gray here, you can also see there are several vacant buildings. Most of them are located along around Lower Main Street, and these are the buildings that have sustained the most damage due to flooding. And so these are the buildings that really we're trying to protect with this project. And there's also an opportunity to fill some of the programmatic gaps. As you can see, they're not super diverse along Main Street. And so there are some existing residential, but these are mostly single-family residential. They're located to the north and south, sort of along the steeper hillsides of Ellicott City, and so there's an opportunity to diversify the housing types a little bit more. And so here you can see the impermeability of the full site of Ellicott City. I also broke it up into the area where it's mainly buildings, some are roads, and while the buildings and roads take up a lot of this impermeable environment, the main issue here with Ellicott City seems to be the parking lots, because they do take up so much of this impermeable environment and could possibly be used in a more efficient manner. And so I chose to analyze several of these major parking lots. There's a few more than this, but these are the major ones that I looked at. And so due to its size and advantageous location near the center of Main Street, I chose Lot D as the main site of redesign for this project. And so to get into a little bit of analysis of Lot D is one of the most highly trafficked parking lots in Ellicott City. It's located just south of Main Street, and it's surrounded by a few buildings, but also a very steep hillside. But the driving factor which makes this site the most ripe for intervention is the connection of these two main tributaries within the center of the site. The Tiber and the Hudson both combine underneath the Lot D surface. They're open in some areas with an exposed channel. But these are two tributaries which connect and then directly run parallel to Main Street down to Lower Main Street, where if it picks up speed, it can wreak a lot of havoc. So there's also a number of buildings that front this lot, which makes it a fairly important gathering space. In particular, this large building here is partially a restaurant and also the Ellicott City Ballroom, which has its own plaza area that's used for events. There's a commercial office building here, and then some smaller scale retail along the edges. This retail in particular does have its own existing plaza space. And I found it important because of the character of Ellicott City to preserve as many of these existing spaces as possible and improve on the spaces that aren't being used as efficiently. So you can see here from some existing sections through the site that Lot D is really sort of a bowl-shaped environment. In the center, in the north-south section, you could see that river channel, which is about 10 feet below the surface of the parking lot. You can also see Main Street, which is about a 10-foot rise to that direction. There's two side streets on the lower section that are also about a 10-foot rise. And there's about a 20 to 30-foot sloping hill to the south of the site, which really all of this impermeable environment starts to collect water, and the site sort of acts as a funnel into these stream channels. So here you can see the sheer impermeability of the site. The only real gap is that open river channel where all of the water does enter. And so the goal of this new plan was to greatly reduce the amount of runoff that is funneled downstream from these two tributaries, all while creating new amenity spaces, expanded site program, and protection of the historical character. So this is the existing plan, and this is the new site plan of this Lot D area. So the new master plan of the site features a few new buildings and public spaces, but all of these new spaces are located around an open green space, which features several constructed wetland water retention basins, which it allows the existing two rivers to sort of snake through the site, but they also act as slow release holding containers during a flood event. So as you can see here, most of the existing buildings and infrastructure remains, and these were left intact to preserve some character. There are some new plaza spaces along this outer edge, which build off of existing buildings and plaza spaces. The wetland area itself also features accessible spaces where you can descend into this wetland to sort of activate the space and bring people through it. In the central axis here, there's a walkway which descends down into the wetland. This approaches into that middle wetland pool, a new Ellicott City monument, which is honored to the people who lost their lives in some of these floods, and also sort of acts as a measuring stick of how much water fills up into these basins. Past that, to the south, where it says number 7, there are two new pavilion spaces there that look out onto a more natural wetland, in which juxtaposes the more expressed geometry of the wetlands to the north. But this wetland features walking trails and pavilion spaces and can be used as an event space for the community. And there are also several new buildings which sort of border that area. So it was important to build off of the existing connection points into this site. In blue, you could see where that was the original entrance into the parking lot. That was sort of pulled all the way through to now be a walkable pedestrian path that also has some service access to the buildings to the north. Like I mentioned, that main central axis was pulled all the way through to bring people into this site so that the site can really be used as a learning tool about the sustainability of Ellicott City. And so overall, just connecting this along the edge, because the center of this space is being used for these wetlands in order to control the flow of water around here. So in order to protect the existing buildings, the wetland itself is lowered about 2 feet below the existing street edge there, which creates a more impermeable environment to protect those buildings. Whereas to the south, all of these new buildings and spaces were sort of fanned out along there so that that steeper hillside can still allow water flow into these new wetland spaces. And here you can see the vast difference from the existing site's impermeability versus this new site, which is very open towards the south. So I will now get into a bit of the mechanics behind the system of basins, which act as a sponge to really soak up water during these flood events. So, and also in this view here, you could see that view of that central monument, sort of commemorating this as a new space with a positive connotation of water rather than a negative connotation. So once again with this, you could see how that landscape, particularly the very strong tree line to the south, is sort of brought into the space, connecting the natural with the more expressed geometry of the pools themselves. all of the basins are also connected in this staggered fashion, which forces the rivers to really snake through here, which it slows the ultimate speed of that water and makes it so that this entire site is working as one unit. Each of these pools is at a slightly lower elevation than the next, so that water does flow through here, but these narrow connection points stop and hold the water. To the south, where that more natural wetland is, that is at a slightly higher elevation than the rest because of the existing hillside. And so the existing river, which snakes back down here, will have a splitter to it so that that area can harbor vegetation during all periods. And there's also another splitter which allows for quicker draining from the first pool in case of some sort of emergency with that. So here we see a section of the connection point between the two basins. Like I said, each pool is at a slightly different elevation, and when the pools are at much lower height during regular sort of flow patterns of the water in this area, the water can move from one pool to another with relative ease through a smaller channel along the bottom. But as these pools start to fill up, that channel can become a little bit blocked, allowing these pools to fill up more with water, where eventually it would hit a spillover point so that it does move from one to the other, but it really slows down the speed of water. And that spillover point also contains some micro turbines, which help to power some of these nearby buildings during a storm event. So here in these site sections, you could see how these series of pools sort of descend with the topography. This is that more natural walkable wetland, moves into a connecting pool, and then that central pool with the Ellicott City Monument. And you can see the topography here also sort of lowering down into that central point. Sorry, that turned out really blurry on here. But here you can also see the two rivers enter here, and all of these are at about 6 inches to a foot below the next, and so it does have this really slow release of water through the site. Okay, here we go. And so this animation shows that staggered effect of the rise of water, where the most recent pool rises first, sort of staggers into the next one, and then it has that slower release of water throughout the site. And so really, this entire site is able to flood, hold water for a bit, and then slowly release it, rather than that very fast channel which currently exists there. And so this is a view of that pavilion event space overlooking that natural wetland. Ellicott City itself doesn't really have a centralized gathering space. And so this creates an opportunity to really bring a little bit of nature into this area, have a gathering space that's a little bit off of Main Street, but still very accessible. So it's a bit more private, but in general, just livening the area. And so in this project, I also wanted to focus on the design at several different scales, particularly to make sure that these new buildings fit the context of Ellicott City, as well as containing their own functions for water movement. So here's the plan, and then here's the program for these buildings. One major new addition to the program here is a marketplace here in Orange, and adding a marketplace into this environment makes Ellicott City a little bit more walkable of an environment, because right now there really is no marketplace to buy food in bulk, and so that means people are leaving Ellicott City, and makes this a more walkable community. There's also a series of new retail spaces which align with the existing retail and continue that street edge. There's the pavilion and event space, but the buildings that I wanted to focus the most on are these live-work units to the south of the site. So due to Ellicott City's lack of residential and commercial diversification, this site was a good opportunity to fill some of those programmatic needs. So these live-work units are broken up into 3 buildings. These 3 buildings are separate but are connected with a single below-grade parking deck for those who do live and work here. And so that parking deck is below grade. That way the hillside can sort of move over and in between these buildings. There are some channels and some vegetation there to facilitate the movement of water through these spaces. That way the natural environment can more easily interact with this impermeable environment. And so these units are broken up with a diverse range of apartment units to the south, and then a larger open flexible office space to the north, which overlooks these wetlands. The design of these spaces was heavily inspired by the historic mill and industrial context of Ellicott City, and the heavy masonry design makes it rather impermeable to water, which juxtaposes it to the actual wetland area. And so here you can see some axon views of the general massing of these buildings. You have the units there in green separated from the working space. The units themselves, there's 4 2-bedroom units on the first floor, and then there's 8 lofted single units on the second floor. And this residential area is separate from the work area through circulation corridors. The building also deals with water on a micro level, where the roof in the back collects water for urban farming for the residents. And then in the front, water is sort of used as a monumental piece, being diverted into a fountain and a plaza space in the front of the building. And this adheres to the overarching theme of turning water from a negative to a positive connotation on this site. And so here you see a view from that flexible office space. And so finally, to wrap up, with replacing this parking lot, there would need to be a replacement of the occupancy for cars. And so I've proposed the construction of a parking garage at one of the northernmost current parking lots that, with 4 stories, would have enough room to accommodate both of these both of the occupancies of these 2 parking lots, and could also have a green roof. That way, once again, we're lowering the impermeability of the site as a whole. And so in conclusion, Ellicott City's built environment is really in jeopardy due to its lack of relief for water. Impermeable surfaces cause high speeds, which damage the surroundings. And so by soaking up water at such a pivotal location, Lower Main Street can finally feel some relief. And it also turns the idea of water from a negative to a positive, while creating a centralized gathering space for the community. So thank you for your time, and I will now open it up to questions.
Hi, Austin. Thank you for a very comprehensive explanation of how we control water in this area. Can you guys hear me? I'm not from Ellicott City. I've seen the videos of water just rushing down Main Street. And I'm interested to know where that was in particular in relationship to this wetland that you have created. And 2, what the community's current plan is for handling water runoff. So is your project sort of in line with their thinking?
Yeah, so, I'm sorry. Yeah, so the location of the most flooding happens sort of in this Lower Main Street area. that's where the street becomes very channelized and can really pick up speed before the water finally gets dumped out into the Patapsco River here. And so the existing plan, at least the one that's in motion, they've sort of been going back and forth with several different options for this. But so the existing plan for this features, I have it on a map, I forget exactly where it is, but a little bit north of here, a tunnel that runs all the way to probably a half a mile up from this site. And so that tunnel, they've put out projections on that, and it lowers the risk of flooding, but it doesn't completely eliminate it because it doesn't really deal with anything directly within Ellicott City. And so I know that's one aspect of their plan, and currently in motion are the demolition of these buildings because one of the existing tributaries does run through here, and these were deemed unsafe at this point. And so I know that that's in motion. They've planned to create some sort of plaza space here, but I'm not sure exactly how far along this is. But so essentially with this new plan, we potentially do not have to remove any buildings, or at least if they are being demolished, new buildings can take their place. It's really supposed to be sort of an insurance policy for the rest of Lower Main Street, if that answers the question.
Okay, okay. I think it's fair to say the water comes from uphill and downhill. That's one of the big problems. Comes from the river, and it comes from the flooding and the way the landform is upriver. So it makes it incredibly complicated.
And I'm just going to finish the question. I guess I'm asking about these sort of complicated water issues because I want to know how you feel about this project. It wasn't until the end where I sort of understood the program, and I want to know in future how people are moving from Main Street, what the plan is, and how you foresee folks sort of flooding into this new. You're really creating a wonderful community space and an object, an experiential space. And you talked about this as the site program, the place. And it was really well done with water and the technical aspects. Just wanting your thoughts.
Yes. So you're essentially asking a bit of like what the possible legacy of this site plan is, a little bit more like expanded program, and seeing how this can become a lot maybe denser and fully act as a community center, correct? Okay. Yeah. I think that's a really good question. So with this project, I definitely focused a lot more about the actual mechanics about moving water through here. The building design itself went through a lot of iterations where at first it was a lot denser. This sort of all acted as a single large mass that would be a parking garage that would replace some of the parking. And it was really just blocking a lot of the natural connections through this area. And so we sort of went along the path of minimizing the program as much as possible to really focus on the wetland itself. So I think there's definitely an opportunity to maybe add a little bit more program in here, but unfortunately because of it is a pretty steep hillside over on this area, and so and the site itself is not super large, so I've sort of tested out a couple different options of program, and a very minimized program seemed to work the best, if that answers the question.
Thanks, Austin. You've taken on a really fascinating problem, right? And we've spent a lot of time talking about the water, and absolutely the water needs to be considered, managed, handled, honored, respected, feared, admired. But we also need to think about the people, right? And we need to think about who comes to Ellicott City, why they come to Ellicott City, what they're doing, where they're hanging out. You're removing a parking lot from this area. You're moving it to another parking garage, right, that you're going to build. You're changing the flow of people in the city. You're changing their experience of all these spaces. You're doing extraordinary things to this space that you're creating and reclaiming and, just readapting it and making it a much more resilient space. You're doing so many really fascinating, interesting things. There's a couple things that I, as an architect, want to know a little bit more about. I want to know more about, some of the engineering moves. I want to know more, like even when I look at your drawings, I would love to see things like spot elevations. This is a thesis where, topography and actually what elevations things are at matter. We can understand a lot more if we get a couple spot elevations on plans here and there. What's the spot elevation of that collection, that pool, that pond, that pond. I can start to understand more if the drawings can help me just a little bit more. Now, you've done amazing, beautiful drawings, and the information is there. It's just a matter of coming back and giving us a little more specifics. But I want to go back to, okay, before the parking was, behind Main Street, back here. Now we're going to make this incredible new place. And what an educational place to come, right? What a transformational place to come. There's so much going on with the water, the site, the buildings. But now I'm going to park over there. And now, what is the procession, right? What is the procession from arriving in a vehicle, getting out of your vehicle, coming in, experiencing Main Street, experiencing the history? How do I get back here? What are my clues? What weaves me back in there? What brings me there? When I get there, there are wondrous things to see and experience. And there's no question this would be a very powerful educational place to come. And, the things that you could learn and experience and, see it working and coming to life would just be fantastic. I'm really, really intrigued by all of that. I loved hearing what you said about, you started with the garage, right? And then the program transformed and it transformed again, and it eventually became these fingers and this filter so the water comes through, and I appreciate that very much. I can kind of understand that. But what I feel like is missing is the procession from arriving by car in the town or walking along Main Street and then finding your way here. That's the part I'd like to hear more about.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So with moving the parking garage out of the heart of Main Street, I actually think it has some benefits to the overall circulation. I think anybody who's been to Ellicott City knows that Main Street itself is very traffic heavy. It's an extremely narrow street, and so getting onto Main Street can sometimes be difficult. And so that's why, like, this parking lot, it was nice because it had this this second entrance into it, because it was always quite impossible to turn into there from Main Street. And so removing the parking garage from the center of Main Street and having it off of one of these side roads, which this side road directly leads to Route 40, which is a pretty big corridor through Maryland. And so I think it could ease some of the congestion along here. And with removing the parking from there, so there are some other parking lots sort of on the periphery of Main Street, and so Having these peripheral parking lots, I think, it really invites people to come in here and walk through Ellicott City rather, well, I mean, parking in the center kind of does as well, but I think starting on one end or the other, I think it still brings people through this area where then whichever way you go, you probably will experience this new central space.
Brian's saying something here? Yeah, I mean, we did, so Laszlo, we did Ellicott City a couple of years ago in studio, and after we did it, I swore we'd never do it again, because wherever there was water, and where there wasn't water, there was rock, and it was like impossible to find things, you know, but I think we didn't really define the problem, at least then, because it was before the second big flood, and you've defined it in a really interesting way. And I think the parking thing could simply, I don't know that I would put a garage up there, but I might say maybe the parking is a strategy and a management issue. So for example, there's this giant factory down here that makes flour down there. That could be a public parking on the weekends when they have festivals and things. I think it gets to the larger question of what I think your thesis is all about more than anything, which is the question of adaptation versus mitigation for climate change. And I think what you're looking at is an adaptation strategy where you're adapting an existing place and you're accepting the reality that we're going to have more rain events, you know, because we are, you know, and we have been, we're going to have more extreme weather events. And instead of saying, oh, you know, mitigation is the only way, really to deal with this, we need both. We need both mitigation and adaptation. And what I like about your project is the idea that you're adapting this space, which, by the way, as far as I know, in Ellicott City functions as their big piazza, right? They have all their festivals there. They have a lot of public stuff goes on in that space, right?
The issue so like I'm from this area. I sort of live right up this street here, and so they do sometimes have some activities here, but it is largely the main parking lot, so it is very often completely dominated by cars.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Italians years ago, where most the piazzas in Rome were mostly parking lots, except on the days when they wanted to use them for something else. So it sort of works that way. So I think one of the things you would do with Ellicott City, what this project suggests to me, is that if you're going to sort of pursue an adaptation strategy here, you really have to figure out where you program these other things that are important to the town, because I do think they use it for things. So it might be that some of these things like parking, like all those parking spaces there, if you probably added 10 spaces in every other parking lot in town, you could probably cover the problem and still have as many parking spaces as you have today out there. But the question of where does the town have those kinds of events and things would be one I'd be looking for. And I've always thought, well, maybe it occurs down there at the foot of the bridge because there's more parking and other resources and things. But it suggests a more comprehensive strategy, which is that if you do what you're suggesting to this here and use this to solve or at least address one problem, how do you keep Ellicott City being Ellicott City and all the other things that the space was used for?
Yeah, I want to add to that is I think it's a wonderful solution. You know, we have problems. Then how, as architect, as urban designer, to solve this? I think you solve it, reduce the impermeable area to create a wonderful wetland, and then put some parkings down in the basement level. And is there other opportunities to solve the problems? I think maybe to look at more urban, not say really urban, but enhance the experience for the Main Street. Try to see if there are any other retail or other things can be, kind of gathered into your building. And the other thing is, how do we think about, an urban space or a place that where people can gathering? So now you take the wetland is good to admire and then of course solve the water problem, but we lost the surface space that we can do some like a county fair or some other activities.
You can respond to that.
I'll respond to that. As Matt has mentioned, I also have some experience in Ellicott City as a studio instructor, and I came to love it. I think it would be fair to say that this town has been traumatized, and I don't think that that's too strong a word for Ellicott City. There's a certain trauma that you are addressing in your project, and I would say, this is a very thoughtful and in many respects very complete solution all the way through to the tectonics of your solution, the architectural language, which you haven't really talked about a whole lot. You made an oblique reference to mill typologies, but I would really love to hear you talk about that a little bit more. However, in terms of the mitigation strategy, this idea of creating this terraced condition, I think is potentially quite poetic. The monument is a little bit muted in some of your images. It's not clear at all what sort of the presence of it is, and I would actually love to see that. But here's a couple of my main comments. I think the comment about how you get people from Main Street into the site and how you preview and kind of foreshadow the entry into the site from Main Street is really a key question. I look at your site plan there and I see, kind of a pea shooter off of Main Street, and so there isn't really a definitive strategy for that. But the good news is that there absolutely could be. The irony is that you've provided the entry for the water, and you've thought about that quite deeply, which is kind of a very poetic aspect of your project. But what I would love to see is actually getting people to experience that terracing. And I wonder whether you could provide some circulation, obviously, that would actually allow people to engage with that topography, that stepping down. Right now, your perspectives show people circulating on the periphery, and their kind of fences and railings, and I find myself wishing that you could kind of take a seamless step and be in that kind of flowing topography of terracing. But the terracing idea is terrific. So and I have one more thing. Okay, good. And finally, the tectonics, the architectural language, and the disposition of the 3 volumes. I understand you're making some reference to mill typologies. I wish you had kind of talked about specifically which mill typologies. I find the exact placement, I'm probably getting into the weeds a little bit here, but the slight curving of the position of those volumes, I wonder whether you couldn't have handled that in terms of 90-degree or orthogonal relationships that were shifted, and allow these terracing curves to engage with the buildings. I would have found that a little bit more convincing. But on the whole, you've really brought us to the threshold, I think, of creating a meaningful experience, co-opting this trauma of the water and creating this meaningful experience that creates a net positive. So I really commend you for it. And I think it's a very complete project for me.
It's the only response, Jamie, I would have. I actually think that what he's done in terms of getting from Main Street is quite clever, by completing that block and making that more of a street there. So now you loop around, and the fact this always was a kind of back of things, and I kind of like the idea of surprise that those sort of little gardens start to peek out onto the main street, and I think that could be good. If this was a landscape architecture studio, we would be discussing all the different plant materials and things that would be in these water gardens, which I think would be really interesting. Because if you did it right, it would become actually an attraction for Ellicott City. It would become not just something that deals with the problem of adapting to these flooding conditions, but most of the year it would be a place that would have some really interesting species growing there, and a very didactic kind of role it could play, that people would come from all over the world to see how this is a new sort of aspect of the urban landscape there, which I think, okay, so it doesn't handle cars and maybe it's not as visible to the main street, but the actual experience of the place, would be really something fantastic. Can you walk in those strips between the pools? Can you walk in those, or are you limited to see these things here, Laszlo, these things here? Can you walk in here?
So yeah, they are walkable, especially for access when it comes to like cleaning these pools and everything. I know Professor Tillman's shaking his head. Yeah, I think I probably could have taken. Yeah, yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, so great project, Austin. This is fantastic. I really like it. I like, first of all, the way that you embrace this idea of dealing with the water in such a, straightforward manner, terracing, all of that. I think a lot has been said. The architecture, I also actually really like the character of it. It's got this sort of post-industrial feel to it, which is, I think, appropriate to the theme. The memorial, I do agree, it seems a little bit subdued, sort of missing from some of the images. And Matt actually sort of stole my thought in regards to also the lack of presence of the vegetation and the species that would be employed as an auxiliary tool in the filtering and the handling of the water. But also if you emphasize the presence of vegetation in the site, I think that would have created a different aspect or overall look to the project. And as people were speaking about walkable aspects and program, which I think is also something that if you had had more time, you probably would have been able to explore that aspect of programming further, because I think that's also lacking. I also want to refer you to there's a refuge, nature refuge here in PG County. It's called Patuxent. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. What? Patuxent. The Patuxent Nature Refuge, which I don't know, maybe it's not very well known. I'm not sure. I was there just by sort of accident. And it sort of reminds me of your project. It's wetlands, and it's got these boardwalks for people to actually cross a section of the wetlands. And it's really powerful because you have to walk just barely a few inches above the water, and it sort of forces people to face the nature of the wetlands. But you're also forced to contemplate the different species, all the insects, birds, etc. So I think that would have been like another branch to further explore. But overall, great project.
I just wanted to add something real quick. Congratulations. Yeah, beautiful project. I wanted to make sure to appreciate the overall intent of of thinking of water, treating water not as a nuisance, but as something to be celebrated. And obviously, water is life, and it's death in this context. So this becomes almost an alchemical project where you are facing that history, memorializing it, and creating a place that's just like, I can picture it. I've been to Lot D. I've been to Ellicott City. Lot D is awful. And so that, but just to make a little, like down to the point of the detail of the building where you have this celebrated water drainage element that becomes it's kind of like a porch roof, kind of sculptural element. But I think that to make these processes that we tend to overlook or not, that we tend not to notice unless they are what we call quote unquote natural disaster, which in this case is not natural but man-made. But to just celebrate things like water coming off a roof, it's really beautiful. They do it incredibly well in Japan. There are all these beautiful like gutters and downspouts and things in other countries too. So I would say I love the thought of getting deeper into the interface between the paved areas and the wetland. In some cases, you obviously need the railings because it's quite a drop, but wherever you don't need them, like think about Harbor Place, like you can walk right into the water by accident if you're not careful. And last point is, in one of these renderings, I'd love to see a great blue heron because they will come to a place like this.
I wanted to congratulate you, Austin. I think it's a very persuasive, both architecture and site planning. I would really like to see topography, and I think Melanie pointed out spot elevations, but I think a topographical plan would really help, especially me, because I've never been to Ellicott City. And I think you know the site much better than anybody else in the room, and yet at the same time you're depending on that knowledge and the knowledge of the viewer. So if you're showing this as a portfolio project, maybe zoom out a little more and get us a better understanding of like a site section much wider, and really try to understand like how far up in section is that other parking place or the one above. So I have a sort of hard time understanding the scale. And then I'd also appreciate like a NOLI plan where we could see, because I appreciate your buildings, but then I don't really understand how they work in the context of the other buildings. So I think a NOLI plan would really help us understand the residential, or maybe the commercial is the only thing that we can see, or somehow give a bit more hierarchy to the overall scheme so that we could understand it better. And completely subscribe to all the other comments made by our colleagues.
Okay, and we're going to pass to Brian Kelly, who's with us virtually.
Austin, could you go back to the plan where you have the two plans, the existing and proposed, side by side?
Was that the one at the end? These two?
Go back to the one where it's just the proposed plan. I like looking at plans. Yeah, perfect. There.
This one? Okay.
Thank you. Well, thank you, colleagues. I'm sorry that I had to participate remotely today, but some of you might know I had a total knee replacement surgery yesterday. So I was a little cranky at the beginning because I couldn't hear anything, and my comments may be a little bit cloudy because I'm now starting to feel the pain, but I'm supplementing that with a little bit of oxycodone. And so I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to work with Austin. It's just as a kind of reference for students that may be present that might be thinking about doing a thesis sometime soon. When it became clear that what Austin was going to tackle, on his own, he signed up for a course in landscape architecture over winter term to learn, among other things, a lot about water management. And I got to thank Chris Ellis for stepping in at a couple points in time and giving Austin a kind of tutorial through the project. When I first spoke to Austin about this thesis a little under a year ago, I was intrigued by this project, and I'm very much aware of the studios that MAPP+D had done, focused on Ellicott City, and had some very innovative projects that were kind of to some extent negated by the continuing deluges that have hit the city. That parking lot that Austin identifies is a critical location in the city that's probably not up for discussion in official circles in Ellicott City, because the cars must be happy, and certainly the retailers and citizens can't possibly imagine the city without that parking lot. But the beauty of a thesis project of this nature is it can take up a political hot potato and look at alternatives that might be available without creating a public panic. And this is the substance, essentially, of the faculty's meeting last week with the provost. This is what we can do in architecture in our school. So I think the project needs to have a life beyond our thesis studio, and it needs to find its way up to Howard County, and it needs to be put before the citizens of Ellicott City. There are many aspects of the project that really do provide essential value-added propositions for that locale, and I believe that the use of the site for parking is not in the best interest of the city. So from the very beginning, as Austin worked on the project, it reminded me of a lecture I give to sophomores every year in Architecture 201, Elements and Principles of Architecture. And honestly, Austin, I cannot remember if you were in that class, but perhaps you heard the lecture from time to time, since I teach it in the grade space purposefully with the intention of having it overflow into students' heads over and over and over again as they're hanging out in the studio. And it's a lecture about the design process. And it focuses on the difference between an engineer's approach and an architect's approach to design. So we saw the engineer's approach as the big pipeline, the diverter pipe. And the lecture goes like this. As you can probably know from having worked with engineers, the standard procedure to identify the problem is to narrow down the parameters, identify the problem, narrow down the parameters, and then design the solution for that narrow problem. For example, is it a structural problem or is it a mechanical problem? It's one or the other, choose one or the other kind of engineer. Is it a column or a beam? It's a column, design a column, and so on. Sort of narrowing things down to the essentials. Engineers tend to be problem solvers. That is, they narrow down the parameters of the problem, and they find the solution to that problem. In contrast, an architect with a healthy design process tends to be a problem seeker. That is, to expand the parameters of the problem in order to figure out what are the multiple other things that might be solved in any given design scenario. And that is, unlike engineers, we cannot worry just about a column or a beam or a mechanical system. We have multiple parameters, including the often contradictory and complex aspects of human behavior, and that ever elusive parameter of human needs and wants. That is, we're comparing apples and oranges and making lots of value judgments, and so we're problem seekers. And the lecture goes like this. Imagine the scenario. Every time it rains, my city floods. So the problem solver solution is clear. If the city's flooding, build a sewer. We can engineer that. This, of course, was the issue in the 1880s in the Back Bay of Boston. The area that we now call the Fens was prone to a lot of flooding. It was a marshy area. And there had been a proposal to build a storm sewer. But luckily, Frederick Law Olmsted's solution was better. He took all of the parameters, weaving together the neighborhoods that existed and the ones that were yet to exist. And he came up with the idea of the Fens, incidentally, from which Fenway Park derives its name, for those of you who are baseballers out there. The idea was to make a large sponge or bladder, if you wish, for the city that not only solved the problem of flooding, but brought value to the area by providing open space for recreational use, which is, of course, the kind of alchemy I think that Julie was talking about a moment ago, and which, of course, impacted the property values of the city and created sustaining worth for this portion of the city. So the Fens exist in public view, and they continually improve with time, and the sewer deteriorates as a solution for this problem. So it's an interesting proposition. Look, I think that Austin's thesis surely operates in this manner. Importantly, the thesis is first and foremost about environmental condition, repairing an environment that has been totally altered by the generations of building on the site, resulting in the built environment trying to disrupt the natural flows of nature. Austin does not seek to return this area to its natural state, but rather by using biophilic design, he strategizes and places equal emphasis on the landscape and building, and perhaps even prioritizing landscape over the building, which sometimes ain't so bad for an architect to think about. Austin's thesis demonstrates that trading asphalt and parking at this specific juncture can add value to Ellicott City, perhaps permitting the city to thrive over time. Is the convenience of parking the best and most ecologically responsive use of the site, responsible use of the site? Absolutely not. The thesis proposes a new amenity for Ellicott City that may in fact be part of its lifeblood. It talks about the flow of water, and as Melanie suggested, it probably ought to talk more as well about the flow of people. Austin, it's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations to our next two thesis presenters. We're going to take a short break. We're going to rotate the walls, and we'll start here in 3-ish, 5-ish, 7-ish minutes, however fast we can rotate the walls and regather. Okay, let us gather. If you can hear this microphone, it's because you should be in thesis reviews. If you can hear this, not these, not you guys, but like over there, over there, over there. Okay, here we go. We have two presenters this afternoon, and we're starting with Jessica Rivera, who's chaired by Juan Burke. You guys know the drill. We're pros now. We'll start here. We'll end here. And we have Ronit on Zoom, so we'll make a little time for her to just share her thoughts. And otherwise, whenever you're ready. And if you want to use the clicker, you can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Rivera, and my thesis is called Indigenous Territories, Preserving Ancestral Lineages in Nicaragua Through Ecological Habitation. The Mosquito people are an indigenous people of the North Caribbean coast of Nicaragua. They have a very traditional and simple way of life. They also have a historical record of colonialism and also social injustices that have plagued their communities. Their homes are not durable enough to withstand generations and natural disasters. This thesis proposes a revised housing typology that uses simple building systems and resilient materials. At an urban scale, the design will integrate key agricultural sustenance systems. It will also establish an ecological environment for the Mosquito community, such as a garden of plants, vegetables, and fruits that would be vital to the community's well-being. The design also aims to respect their ancestral lifestyle while using simple tactics and long-standing methods that will help mitigate the high poverty rate and extend the ancestral lineage of the Mosquito people. The Mosquito have established roots along Nicaragua's western coastline. The Mosquito people have a close historical and cultural link with Afro-descendant Black Creoles, which is a person of African, European, and Amerindian descent. Their community is also self-governed, which means that they heavily rely on agricultural practices. The Mosquito Coast occupies the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua, and more specifically, the communities that survive today are particularly along the coast of Nicaragua. The population size of Principolca, which is the site that I will be focusing in on, has an estimated amount of about 150 people. The extreme poverty in the North Caribbean coast is the highest in all of Nicaragua. Over 12% of the people live in extreme poverty, but this does not mean that only 12% live in poverty. Principolca is the proposed site that I will be focusing in on. Its climate is humid and a tropical forest. The average rainfall during its wet season is about 6 inches. Some of the natural disasters include floods, tropical storms, and hurricanes. The broad biodiversity of different flora and fauna include bamboo, coconut palm leaves, and cedar trees. Here is an aerial view of the proposed site. The topography is rather low and flat and has a 4-foot elevation. The coastline is broken by swamps and lagoons that are covered with gravel and sand deposits. There's a total of 61 structures, and out of those 61 structures, 2 of them are churches. One is a Moravian church and the other is a Catholic church, and there is also 1 school. Here's a 3D aerial view of Principolca, which is showcasing how the site is surrounded by 2 bodies of water, the Caribbean Sea and the Principolca River. The site is isolated from other communities where the main mode of transportation is heavily relied on the usage of canoes. The existing community is concentrated along one side of the site, and many of the homes are actually close to the Principolca River. These photos are the existing conditions of Principolca, which showcase the vegetation that currently is found on the site. If looking at Principolca itself, as indicated in the white dot shown in the map, the coast flooding risk map shows where the water will be if sea levels continue to rise at the rate that it currently is at. This is the existing floor plan that shows the dense forest and the 61 structures. There is a primary access currently in Principolca with 3 secondary roads that disperse from that primary access. These are the existing homes that are bolded in black, and there is a total of 58 homes. Bolded in black here is showcasing the existing community structures, which are the 2 churches and the 1 school. Filled in black are the homes that are most prone to being flooded due to the close proximity to the Principolca River. These 28 structures will be the homes that will actually be relocated to a safer ground for the proposed site plan. This is the existing dense forest that is adjacent to the existing community. Here's the wind direction flow that comes from the right side of Principolca. And then looking at the proposed site plan, I decided to have this primary axis that then connects to, that acts as a spine and extends to a proposed dock. And this linear layout also enables a way for the community to better distribute resources in case of a natural disaster. And then out of that spine, there's these smaller veins of pathways that then allow to, or have easier access to the new homes that will be laid out. These are the new homes, and filled in blue are 2 other structures that are not the newer homes, but I will go into more detail in the next couple of slides. This is the zoning, which is divided by the primary spine, where most of the new homes will be located. Adjacent are the agricultural lands that hug this zone, and the communal spaces serve as anchor points. The new vegetation will include additional trees on site, and then serve as additional, and then mangroves that will be planted along the coastline, which will also serve as a way to provide additional barrier and protection for the new homes that will be placed on the site. The program of the proposed site plan includes, again, mangroves, a new forest, a farm for animals, and then next to that is a pasture. And a community space will also be included for any festivities of the community. Next to that is a soccer field, which is also close to the existing school. There will also be agricultural lands and a bamboo forest, which will serve as a primary material for the proposed housing typology. Here's the typical housing block, which showcases the different elements that will be incorporated into the site. There is a reed bed system, a private garden, a laundry, shower, and toilet that is self-contained, and some homes will actually have a chicken coop and a pig pen. Here's the farm block, which contains a cattle paddock, an open lot, a horse stable, a new home for the farm owner, rainwater harvesting storage ponds, which will also serve as the main source of potable water for the Mosquito community. And then lastly, a horse paddock. Here's the bamboo forest block, which includes a bamboo shed. The bamboo shed will be used to treat the bamboo, and there will also be bamboo planted on the site, which will then serve for the new construction of the homes. This is an aerial view of the site that shows how the elements will be laid out. The reed bed system functions as a gray water system that is then used, the water is then used to water the plants. The self-contained structure is created to provide 3 functions: a compost toilet, which is a waterless toilet that produces a natural fertilizer, a traditional shower, and a laundry area where clothes are washed by hand. These functions combined into one are both convenient and easily accessible. The rain barrels that are in close proximity to the home will collect rainwater, which can then be used by the occupants. While analyzing and investigating tropical climate housing guidelines, it can be concluded that there is a need for strategic openings and structural integrity in order for the wind to flow throughout the space freely. These guidelines were applied to the proposed typology to further strengthen the homes in case of a natural disaster. Without these guidelines, the impact of the wind and its pressure can weaken and cause walls to collapse and concave, even the roof, which will result in a destroyed home. One of the existing housing typologies that can be found in the Mosquito community is the single home, which uses wood as its primary material and a metal pitched roof. This is the second housing typology, which is similar to the first, but here there is an independent structure that is then connected by a bridge. And in this independent structure, it's mostly, the function is for a kitchen. The third housing typology is similar to the second one, but it uses a different material, which is palm leaves and a thatch roof. The existing floor plan is rather open, with the exception of some walls that begin to divide more private spaces, but still the usage of doors is non-existent. Further analyzing the floor plan, there is a lack of wind flow throughout the space, which can severely impact the integrity of the structure. The existing, further analyzing the floor plan, there is a lack of wind flow throughout the space, the floor plan has certain flaws that jeopardize the resiliency of the home, and having a lack of openings on both structures and that small bridge that connects both structures doesn't have enough support and sturdiness. So looking at the main home and the kitchen, the proposed shape uses that into consideration, and the tropical housing guidelines to create a resilient home. That being said, the proposed material will be bamboo. So why bamboo? Well, bamboo is a sustainable and strong material that is not only accessible locally to the Mosquito community, but it's also less expensive. Nicaragua has a huge problem of deforestation, and mitigating this brings a sense of awareness to this extremity and helps the environment. Looking at the proposed floor plan, the wind is now able to flow more freely throughout the space because of the strategically placed openings that are alongside the facades where the wind direction is coming from, which then prepares for any strong winds to enter the space and exit freely. With these openings, there also provides the abundance of daylight to seep into the space. The primary axis is from the start of the home to the rear of the home, and midway turns to the left where there is a wraparound deck. The home is then sectioned off by different zones that begin with more public spaces towards the entrance of the home, and the most private spaces are located in the rear of the home. As you can see in the proposed floor plan to the left, there are raised garden beds and a garden that is close to the kitchen. The self-contained structure is also close to the sleeping area, and other elements include the reed bed system and a chicken coop and pig pen. Here is the south elevation of the home with a side-by-side comparison of how it would be if there were to be a flood. The cupola that's on top of the roof serves as a natural ventilation for air to flow in and out of the home. The canopy or the cantilever provides shade, which is next to the kitchen, and the raised garden beds, which also function as a way to protect crops in case of extreme flooding. The home is also placed on a 2-foot mound and has a raised deck of 3 feet. So preparing for the most dramatic and extreme circumstance of a natural disaster, this home is resilient enough and capable of surviving on its own. On the left, it showcases the canopy that is next to the kitchen, and to the right is a canopy that's next to the sleeping area. Here is a section of the home which shows where the kitchen space is located. And as you can see, the anchor points of the foundation uses timber post and concrete footings, which and still using the primary material, which is bamboo. Shown here is the dining area and the kitchen, and even the furniture is built with bamboo. The kit of parts drawing indicates where specifically timber will be used. Timber is selectively used in the foundation and the roof. Different diameters of bamboo culms are then used throughout the home. This is the rear of the home looking at the different types of elements that will be incorporated. So this is the conclusion. So the Mosquito people were kept in mind in the beginning, and it ends with them. The decision to focus on the Mosquito community is due to pervasive underrepresentation. Since they lack essential means, they find the need for aid challenging for outsiders to notice. The Mosquito people live in harsh environments, and their way of life has remained virtually stagnant for decades. Their cries for help and the need for assistance are not visible within scope, but are undeniably present, which is why researching and identifying the presence of the Mosquito community will encourage change. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Jessica. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, this is, Jessica, this is a really deep dive into just a really challenging problem. Couple questions for you. What are your thoughts about when not if the water rises, but when the water rises? Do you think it's important that people stay, have the option to stay, or have the option to go someplace potentially safer? And what happens with, for instance, you know, you've really thought through all of this. What happens with, you know, I see there's places for animals. And could you talk a little bit about that?
So when you mean go somewhere else, do you mean like outside of their community?
Yes.
Okay.
They have to stay, they need to stay, I want them to be able to stay. I'm just trying to
Right.
figure out where you
Yeah.
are on the spectrum.
I want them to stay because they have such a like history of, yeah, it's their home. So I didn't want them to be moved out elsewhere because that's all they know and their history is there. So just preserving that ancestry and that ancestral lineage, it doesn't mean that because they're more prone to flooding that I should just kind of find like the easy way out and make them just like move because it's not easy for them to move. They don't have those resources to simply pack everything and leave everything behind. So that's why I try to work with what is around them and make the homes more resilient to the environment that currently exists.
Thank you, yeah, that's great clarification, I appreciate that.
Hi, Jessica. This is an incredibly important topic. I think we've had multiple projects talk about adaptation, and the reality is that areas will flood, the water will come, and we have to figure out how to live with it and not fight against it. Sort of an extension of the question that Melanie's asking, I do think that people want to stay on their ancestral lands. And so building houses that can withstand wind shear to a certain amount, that are above ground, built on a mound, I think that's fantastic. Another part of the story that you can add is perhaps when there is a critical level, is there some movement inland and then, you know, a re-establishment of home afterwards, what that story is. We're all, I mean, I live in DC in an area where basements are flooding and the water's going to 8 feet. And so there are these times when you do leave for 10 days or so. What does that look like? Is there a nearby town? Is there a nearby community? Are there evacuation routes? And that's kind of my first question. And then my second question is about the materiality. I think the use of bamboo is incredible. This seems fairly isolated, and I want to know how people contribute to building their own homes, because if they get washed away, they will have to be rebuilt, and what that cycle looks like. So the first one is what happens when the floods come. Is the expectation that everyone just stays and weathers it, or is there a nearby town, city? And then the second one is we can dive into materiality.
So for your first question, I actually took that into consideration because the water levels won't reach to how I raised, or the amount that I raised the home. It's only looking at like future water levels when it gets to that point in that extremity. But other than that, it's prepared to withstand like any like annual rainfall or any extreme flooding that just occurs there, but not to that like full extent where it's right. Yeah, there's yeah. In that yeah, in that area, it doesn't get to that extremity, but it's prepared for its extreme in that zone, in that area, but it doesn't reach like 10 feet or anything like that. And then, sorry, what was your second question?
The second question is that you got like a farm where the bamboo is grown. I don't know if it's an indigenous material to the area, but when these homes are damaged, is there capacity for people to rebuild without outside help? I think this is going to be important for everyone.
Right. Yeah. So that was actually a thought because this is going to be like a new construction method for them. They don't use bamboo within that community. But I did want to bring like a new material that was more sustainable and had more strength than wood, because in my slide it shows that bamboo is stronger than wood. But I do plan on having kind of like, I guess, like a workshop where they are able to then build on their own and learn from how bamboo is constructed so that they're able to, if for any reason the home, like a part falls off, they are able to then reconstruct it easily.
Just to tag on to what Georgianne's asking, is there a place in your site plan, in your community development, where you've, it sounds like you're going to introduce bamboo. It's not really native, right? And are you going to contain it so that it doesn't become an invasive species? You know, or are you going to, again, so it's a renewable resource to the community? Where would that occur on your site plan?
So this is like the bamboo forest.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah. What I love about your project is you could just keep zooming in, in and out at all these different scales. You're starting with the scale of South and Central America, and, you're zooming in and you've picked, a particular place. You're showing us the topography, the existing topography, what happens when the water rises. But you've chosen to really examine this very intimate, very small community that's, and you've introduced these wonderful pieces. You're taking care of all the different parts of life. I'm looking for the site plan that had like the soccer field on it. You even had that labeled. And, it's the reality that we need all these different parts of our lives. We need to work, we need to eat, we need to sleep, we need leisure, we need activity. There's just, I love the scale. I mean, you've gone down to the scale of a detail of where a roof meets a wall and, taking care of things like the uplift forces in the case of wind and looking at how wind impacts the structure. So one of the conversations we were having earlier about architectonic expression, you've actually taken the care, of how you put the pieces of the puzzle together in such a way that they become a part of the architectonic expression. And it's wonderful to see that level of thought. Now, I come back as a critic and I go, okay, I'm looking at how air is moving through your structure, and I'm asking myself, have you actually analyzed like the openings and have you done the calculations to ensure that the amount of like air exchange and changes are, what you want them to be, and that the convection's really going to work, and, at the times of like the really warm parts of the year. Although I think you're right near the equator and it's pretty even temperature. It's not too seasonal, right? It's pretty uniform year round. But I do love what you've done with the expression and the care and the details. So I want to compliment you on that. And I do want to go back to my question: where do the animals go when the water rises? Because the people can come up into the structure. Do you have some platforms for them? They can't necessarily stand in the water for long periods of time.
Animals are free roaming. They'll take care of themselves. And I'm working with a friend who's from Bangladesh, and she is working.
They'll run away.
Yeah, and that's how they find the people. When the flooding comes in Bangladesh, as it does every monsoon season, people will just seek higher ground, and they actually use satellite imagery to find the cattle. When they locate the cattle, that's how they find the people. So,
You follow your cow.
you do. And if they're not penned in, they'll find higher ground. I don't know. That's my guess. What do you think?
Sounds good.
Jessica, congratulations to start with, and I have quite a few comments. So I wanted to explain that in Spain, the thesis projects are licensing. So when you finish your thesis, you can build. And so there's not only a design tutor, there's a structure tutor, there's an installations or building systems tutor. So your project is the most similar to me of what I expect from a thesis, because it's like, okay, it's a real building. Like, let's do it. Let's build it tomorrow. So in that sense, I guess that you're fulfilling my expectations from coming from Spain of what a thesis should be like, which is probably different than what it should be here. But anyway, so I wanted to explain that as well, because maybe I didn't come across before. So I have a couple questions. For example, have you calculated, like, say you plant the bamboo, how long can it be before the first house can be built? How many houses can be built with that amount of forest? Is that calculated? I mean, okay, you can answer that and then I'll continue.
So actually, there is bamboo that currently exists in that dense forest, but the bamboo forest is like an addition to like the site in case like, that there isn't enough or something like that. So it's kind of like a reoccurring theme that they will continue to plant bamboo on the site. That's also like in close proximity to like the community. Right. Yeah, and it's become right. Yeah, and it's becoming more popular in Nicaragua. So just like kind of creating like a more self-awareness of that newer material that could be used for like the new homes.
And then another comment. So I really appreciate the model, for example, because I really think it carries through with the care and the way that I think on other juries we saw this idea that architecture is based on how you build it and on the architectonics of it. And so then I would push it a bit more. So there's a book that's very popular in Spain for our students called In Praise of Shadows by Tanizaki. I don't know if you've read it. It's a Japanese writer who explains why the Japanese houses were like they were, and actually goes into like a whole, I mean, it's a little tiny book. I don't know if anybody's read it. It's actually really cool. Tanizaki in Praise of Shadows. I just Googled that to make sure it's translated into English as well. And basically he tells about what it is to go to an outhouse and, with a lantern and go out to the outhouse, and why Japanese houses functioned like the gilt and the lacquerware, because there was no artificial light, there was no electrical light, and so how the house reflects that. So it's a beautiful little text that's like, you could read in an hour. So what I kind of would like to see more of is like, what is it like for me to go out of my house and go to the outhouse? And what is actually the installation from the outhouse to the rain barrels? Like how is that really going to happen? Like, you're not showing any gutters. So, I imagine there's a gutter because I know that the rain barrels connect to the corner of the house. So I would like to, I want you to go even further and tell us more about that. And actually, what it'd be like to sit on that can or throne or whatever we want to call it, and what is the real life experience? Because I think you're doing that, and then that would be like positive, and then slightly negative. Do you really want 3 people to live in the same space? I mean, do you want to propose somehow of correcting? Maybe that's the bad word. Maybe to somehow provide them with amenities which they don't have now. Because I know people do live like this in, a communal space, but is that the most comfortable thing? For example, Melnikov's house in Moscow is a communal space. I don't know if you've ever seen the floor plan of the bedrooms, but there's one bedroom for the entire family in that humongous mansion, I know that, the constructivist mansion in the center of Moscow from 1917. So, yes, there was, communal bedrooms. So my question to you would be, do you think you need to question this typology a bit more and be more propositive or propose more things? That's me.
So I definitely did think about like the communal space and whether I wanted to incorporate more walls within the floor plan. But just like reading about their history and how, I guess, the separation of rooms came to be, it was a, colonialism. So I wanted to refrain from that and kind of respect their ancestral lineage and how they're used to living. Because although like for us, it might be like an inconvenience or it's not comfortable to kind of have like a more open space, for them, they don't see it that way. So I just took that into consideration and put myself in their shoes. But yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. This is definitely an ambitious presentation. I would praise it for the same reasons that Adam just did. The tectonics, it's very believable, and you walked us through how all the systems would work and all that. I was interested in perhaps more detail about the existing typologies and their rationale, moreover, not just what they were, but why they were. So we have that house connected to a kitchen by a bridge, which is a typology I've never seen in my life. And that's fascinating. I would be interested to know why they separate those spaces in that particular way. And then building on what you just said, is there a way that you could have kind of applied an analytical framework into the rationale of the existing Nicaraguan spaces so that your new space would take a very clear position on what it wants to preserve and what it wants to introduce? So I guess I'd love to just know more about the Mosquito people and their typologies.
So the Mosquito people, they have their kitchens sometimes separated from like the main home, but that's just to provide, I guess, like more ventilation for the kitchen, since typically their kitchen is also like a space for them to come as a community. So having that separated from like their living space and from like a more public space, that's why they have that kitchen's like a separate structure. The reason why I decided to kind of combine the two was because just looking at like the tropical housing guidelines, having a structure that's separated will make the other home more prone to like being destroyed by any heavy winds, because if it's not anchored properly, that kitchen structure, then it will impact the structure as well in the main home. But some of their homes are also combined. It's not only that they have the kitchen separated from the main house.
So then the question becomes how they preserve that functional equivalence. That's a very interesting rationale. The kitchen becomes a kind of public space.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to give them back a comparable public space? And so I think that kind of level of analysis, I'd love to see more.
Tag on
Yeah.
to that line of thinking, understanding what you said about separating, the two structures, the smaller structure might come loose and
Mm-hmm.
interfere with the other structure, so you brought them all together in
Right.
one structure. But you didn't necessarily keep the processional sequence intact, right? So you had bedrooms, living area in the middle, then, kitchen and kind of laundry at the end. But here you put sleeping on one end, living on the other end, and the kitchen and the laundry in the middle.
Yeah.
And it, I was just curious, like, I know you kind of explained it
Mhm.
before, but, why wouldn't the kitchen and the laundry be on the end of the living be in the middle?
So I actually went back and forth as well. Yeah. But I did want the kitchen to be kind of like you bring food to the table. So like there's the garden beds that are in close proximity, and then also like the garden space. And then finding a way to kind of have the self-contained structure where like the compost toilet and like all that private stuff is closer to the sleeping area that's also kind of hidden from someone else's like front entrance. Like I wouldn't want to see like, yeah, right. So
Cooking technology. How do they cook? I mean, is it an open fire or is it?
So they use a very traditional method of cooking, which is just basically having like this concrete slab, and then underneath that they have like fire to burn. So I use that same method within the space. Hmm. Right. That's why I try to keep this facade as open as possible with having like those 3 openings, and then it's also close to the cupola that's above that's open and allows for more ventilation.
David and then Ronit, and then.
So Jessica, thank you very much for your presentation. And I have a couple of comments. First of all, I think the approach is very well thought out in the sense that, you know, the Cajun folks in Louisiana pursued a similar strategy early on where the way in which they dealt with resilience was by rebuilding and allowing things to be made out of simple materials that are readily available so that if a damage occurs because of a hurricane in that case, it's easy to replace and come back. But my question really has to deal with a thread that I hear being talked about here at in the last couple of comments, which is striking the right balance between traditional methods and introducing certain technological advances that make construction easier and more resilient and adaptable. And so, first of all, when I look at the urban plan, it just seems to me that building these small mounds, which I think is a very good strategy, and there's nothing wrong in my mind about that strategy, but I just think that wouldn't that be facilitated by using some heavy equipment brought to this location to build those mounds quickly? And if that's the case, then would I pursue something that allows the engineering of those mounds to be easier and done with heavy equipment so that I could imagine them being put in a row just because it's easier to do that? And I'm also reminded of Christopher Alexander's Previ project, experimental housing in Peru, where he, like you, is trying to strike the right balance between traditional methods, traditional ways of living, and introducing resilient, adaptable technologies that don't disrupt things. And I'm just wondering how you dealt with that, because I notice in some places you have steel plate, and then I'm wondering, well, why didn't you develop some other light metal gauge coupling devices that would have allowed, say, bamboo to go together easier than relying on the traditional dowel? It's those questions that I think your thesis is bringing to bear. And how do we, and this is really a question for all of us, how do we as architects find that right balance between taking first, you know, the technologies that are available today that can be mass produced and add strength, and at the same time draw upon the more traditional methods, in this case, bamboo. And I just wonder how you wrestled with that challenge.
Question was actually builds very nicely onto David's. So I don't remember the name of the engineering firm right now, but I'll tell a quick story. So they've now become a big engineering firm, and I think Powell Draper went to work for them, so one of you might remember. So when this guy first started this firm, he lived in Germany, and he had a commission to build a bridge in India. And at first he designed the bridge with welds.
Hold on, Ronit. Does anyone know what? Okay, hold on, Ronit. I just muted the whole computer for a sec, so. Spotify? Oh, music? Okay, okay. Okay, hold on. All right. Ronit, we're with you now.
So anyhow, the bridge was originally designed to be welded. And as he learned more about the community, he changed it to rivets because rivets gave more people jobs. And so even though it took more people and it was slower, it actually provided and supported another goal, which was a question of labor and economic structure and economic support. And I think about Mass Design's maternity waiting village and some of their other projects, where they, in that case, they used a kind of brick and were able to give the equipment so that folks in that community could then not only make those bricks for that building, but then had an economic engine going forward. So I wonder, in a studio I did a few years ago where we were working on a project in Haiti, the UN Sustainable Development Goals were part of our thinking. And I think that that's appropriate, Jessica, for a project like this, and goes to, I think, the very important question that David is asking is, where does technology come in? We do have a digger that could do all this. And when might other choices be made that might either support the culture or the economy of this community and also going forward with that? And so that ties into my second question, which I think is one we're not going to answer, but I think is one also worth thinking long term. So I really appreciate this project very much. And I appreciate that you started to think about, one, the winds and how these buildings survive and mitigating the destruction, and that there's the porches that the water can come up to. But I started to think about, well, what happens after that? What if the water stays there forever, right? How does one think about, and that I think about the Rapido housing project, which we have by the gallery. How does one think about designing buildings and designing environments for the long-term sustainability if it's not like the water is going to go away? And so I really appreciate that your project has put me to think about that a bit more, and this balance between flexibility and adaptability, between supporting a local, potential labor force, indigenous culture, but also at the same time not romanticizing perhaps, the conditions that people were living in, perhaps out of a kind of necessity. So that was my 2 cents. So thank you, Jessica, for bringing that.
Thanks, Ronit. We'll pass it to Juan, unless you want to respond to it.
So I just wanted to say that I definitely did think about having, I guess, like a more modern or sophisticated like construction methods, but I also wanted to take into consideration like the cost and be mindful that it's not going to be easy to make these homes, especially for like this isolated community. So just being strategic where I will use more sophisticated methods, and that's why I chose to do it in the foundation and on the roof. But it's definitely something that I questioned throughout this entire thesis.
Okay, there's another question, comment? Okay.
So really enjoyed this. Came from a country with thousands of years of history, and I went to, as an architecture student in China, went to a lot of older homes and older, temples, and I look at this as like going back to, in the history, when the human being as started a village and how we build it, and I just think about, think about you as a future architect in another 1,000 years. What are you gonna do different? And just a question, a comment.
For the design?
Yeah, for the design. If you are another architect in another 1,000 years, you have to solve the same problem. The wind is always.
Right, yeah. I think I would take a closer look at also like the soil and how when water reaches to that point, how it affects it, because obviously there's going to be even more a stronger like structural foundation. It's not going to be just like assume that it's going to stay in that same place, because once soil is, the water isn't evaporated and it just kind of stays there. I mean, I did think about for the foundation that, you know, bamboo can't touch wet soil for a very long time. So that's why I decided to use concrete and timber. But I would start to look at more of like its environment and like long term.
Is that intended to make it look like it's floating, like that's the worst case scenario?
Yeah, that's like the most dramatic. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, so wonderful conversation, but I suppose we have to wrap it up, unfortunately. I just want to thank all the people present, the jury, the critics for their conversation, and Jessica, I want to thank you for the work that you put into this wonderful project. So it was quite an experience working with you. So when Jessica came to me and she told me a little bit about the project, I was very interested in the fact that this was in this remote location in Central America, addressing the huge needs of people who have been neglected for forever, basically. And I think one of the first things that she told me was, well, you know, this place floods. It's very, yeah, it's a difficult site. And I was like, okay, well, let's think about relocating. Nope, I don't want to relocate. I want to stay there. Why do you want to stay there? Because, and she listed all of those reasons that she did a few minutes ago about the lineages and about the ties to the land and all of that. And so I had to kind of fight my own biases or inclinations, whatever you'd like to call them, regarding that mentality of let's just you know, go elsewhere and build something different. And then it clicked to me that this is a really huge question because it's becoming increasingly clear that we have to adapt to these very difficult circumstances regarding climate change. And also looking at precedents, we turn to Southeast Asia, we turn to places like Peru where they have villages, people living on top of the water or living with the water, living with the presence of water, and thinking it is possible. And so I am also aware that, you know, the time constraint and the effort or that is possible to put into a project like this is limited. So there are certain areas that would require further exploration. But overall, Jessica is extremely meticulous, and she came up with proposals, solutions for things that I hadn't even thought about. As you can see, you know, that question about the zooming in, zooming out, and always having a reply or a response to my questions. It really was quite an experience. So congratulations, Jessica, on your wonderful work.
So we are going to rotate for one more time today. Will Eckert is going to be presenting, and his chair is Douglas Crawford.
I think so. Let's go. I'll make this full screen. I'll make this full screen. I'll make this full screen. Yeah. Where's full screen on it? Is it just... What's up top? Oh, there it is. View. Okay. 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 Test. Good. Cool. Oh.
I don't like.
just get rid of that real quick.
Okay. I don't like Max. Cool. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Will Eckerd. I want to start off today by thanking you all for being here as we explore what the Pocket City is. So, the idea of the Pocket City began. Oh, yeah, I'm clicking. Still not going. Yes. It should be.
It wasn't full screen.
I'll try now.
Oh, you were on the last slide.
Oh, I don't know why it was there. Okay.
No wonder.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so now we just have
Do you
to get
go back
into
to the top?
Zoom.
We need to full screen it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do Zoom first. Real
Okay.
quick. Okay, view. Okay, we're in Zoom. Back to meeting. Great. Screen share. Desktop. Okay. This thing.
I don't know how to full screen it because it's not at the top.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of this like control bar. Okay, should be good to go.
All right.
Wait, let me just try it one more time just to make sure.
There we
Yeah,
go. Okay, we're good. All right. Sorry about that. It can't always be perfect, right? So, the idea of the Pocket City, it came about when investigating issues with current urban growth patterns leading to urban sprawl as well as density discrepancies. Now, what that leads to is cities and suburbs that look like this. Car-dominated, pedestrians are pushed off to the side, and they're becoming tertiary, and what really should be the space for the people. Now, this is a good example of what we're trying to strive for with the Pocket City. A place where people can come and enjoy, take over the street, and have gatherings, be able to meet their neighbors, see their loved ones, and do things such as that. Now, this is an example in Europe, but we're going to see what happens if we completely get rid of the car within a good 27-acre site. So, right now, on the left, you can see a street section of what's going on with our cities right now. In the diagram below, you see that there's a very slim area for people to walk, to get to their destination, but not gather, not relax, not spend time with the people that they love. On the right is an example of what we're going to be striving for. So before we get too much into what the Pocket City is, let's talk about the problems with how we're growing our society right now. The impacts of urban sprawl. Of course, there's the environmental, the deforestation in replacement with highways, roads, and streets. Then there's the health. We're not walking everywhere now. We leave our house, we get into our cars, we go to work, we sit down, we leave work, and we sit back at our house again, maybe watch our favorite Netflix show. And then there's the social. This one's really important. With that car, driving to work, driving right back, our parking spots are right up next to our house, sometimes even in our house. We're not even seeing our neighbors. That's not including our loved ones, our friends, all of those people that we need to see on a daily basis. We're becoming isolated without even knowing it. There's also the political, where you get these extremely rich neighborhoods, the gentrified areas, and the less dense areas of our society that aren't getting the resources that they need. There's also the density discrepancies that I talked about.
As our society is growing, the cities are getting wider, they're growing out, and where the suburbs are normally sitting are now face to face with a 16-story building. You go into your backyard and you're just completely in shadow. Pocket City tries to break that gap with missing middle housing, as well as the missing middle, as we can say. The other issue with our current urban growth pattern right now is the ground coverage. The typical suburb in the typical city, 1/3 of all ground coverage is given to roads. That means 1/3 of all ground coverage isn't for the pedestrian. It isn't for the people that are using the buildings. That being said, with the Pocket City, all the roads should be for the pedestrians. So even moving that down and adding more green space, everything is for the pedestrians and nothing is for the cars. Now, some precedents that got me into thinking about this thesis. While there is new urbanism, and new urbanism is great, there's also a smaller projects called pocket communities. Pocket communities, as you can see on the left, that is a very typical pocket community. It is anywhere from 10 to 30 single-family households around this green, pasteurized area in the center for gathering. And next to that green area is a community building, similar to the cottage corp, if anyone knows what that is. Now, in this plan, you can see that there is no parking anywhere in sight. That is right to the north of what you're seeing on the plan. You get out of your car and you have to walk past this green. You have to walk past your neighbors until you get to your house. On the right is cul-de-sac Tempe in Arizona. This one tries to densify what is the current pocket community, getting more towards what we're trying to get to here, but they did it in a way that isolated the members of the community, completely removing the car, which, let's be honest, we can't fully get rid of the car. There has to be some sort of connection between the car and the site. Now, just a reiteration of the Pocket City goals. We want the human scale rather than the car scale. Bring that community orientation back. And to do so, we're going to do the extreme with no cars on the upper level of the site, which puts a big emphasis on connection to public transportation and less on privatized cars. So the Pocket City comes in 9 rules. The first 3 rules we're going to look at is the site vicinity and what makes a good site. Rule number 1 is that the site should be around 20 to 30 acres to allow for multitudes of housing types. It should also be on a brownfield or mall redevelopment. These are sites that have been demolished and it just sits as a blank field with no area for people to connect between the 2 sides of that site. Rule 2 seems quite obvious, the mass transit connectivity. There needs to be a lot of mass transit opportunities for everyone in the site. And of course, rule number 3, growth within the vicinity. As you saw in that image in the very beginning, the second one, there is a very large city-like image, and then there's suburbs right next to it. With this one, we want to talk about how that city is growing and fitting the Pocket City in between that of the city and the suburbs. As we look at the next 3 rules, these focus more on this Pocket City as a whole. Rule number 4 is car-free civic networking. That is the main rule of the Pocket City, car-free, of course. But what are we going to do with the cars? And what we end up doing with the cars is, because these are on mall sites and sites that have already been developed with massive parking lots and massive buildings, the site becomes relatively tabletop. And with that, that allows for us to carve underground and create underground parking for the cars themselves, so that they are not taking up the majority of what the site actually is. Rather, we're hiding the cars and celebrating the people. Now with that, you also need emergency vehicles, of course. So we'll look at some street sections later where all streets actually are wide enough and can take on the weight of all emergency vehicles, including fire trucks, ambulances, and police. We're also going to talk about how Pocket City moves most of the service routes underground, similar to how Disney World does it, where this underground service route connects each one of the buildings together, where they can get any sort of mail or any sort of supplies that they need. Rule number 5 is what we talked about a minute ago. It is the increased green space for the community and decreased roadway, of course, but the roadway becoming for the pedestrian. Rule number 6 is a diverse mixed-use development. With the pocket communities nowadays, all they are residential clusters. We want the pocket city to be a city. It needs community buildings. It needs commercial aspect. We want it to be a hub for all of the neighborhoods around it, for all of the neighborhoods that might be coming from the Metro line or the MARC train line. Next, looking a little bit closer at building scale and some major important parts of the site. Rule number 7 is a central community park network. Every pocket city is required to have this central green space for all of the people to come and gather whenever they please. Around that is the mixed-use commercial and the residential spaces. With rule number 8, we emphasize that centric nature with more community infrastructure around that park. When connected to the park. And rule number 9, of course, we want to provide a community or a city that with different income levels. Given those 9 rules, That mic? You were pretty loud. I'm pretty loud. Community buildings, the one on the east and the west. Ones on the east and the west of the park are that's where two of the vertical circulation elements are, both on the north side of the site. And so two of the vertical circulation elements are on the interior and two on the outside, on the exterior. Lastly, we look at the residential diversity. On the screen right now, you can see one of the residential pockets, as I like to call them. Each residential pocket includes duplexes, triplexes, and quads to allow a diverse amount of people to fit within each pocket. Also on the site, you can see that each resident has their own privatized backyard where they can do their own gardening if they please. However, there's also this centralized green space in every single one of the pockets. That green space can be used for fire pits, for gathering. You can let your children play with any of the other children within this pocket. Of course, here are the unit types that we have. And we bring back the diagram that shows where the unit types fit on the site. You have the mixed-use buildings. On the top of the mixed-use buildings, this one right here, that is how the northern site buildings are working. So there's actually two street facades to those two buildings, one on the second level for the north and one on the lower level for the south because of this topography change. Every other mixed-use building is commercial on the bottom, sometimes some office space, and then residential above. And then, of course, mixed out throughout the entire site, there is a variety of different types of row homes, a quad, a triplex, and a duplex. And that is the Pocket City at White Flint. I'd love to hear any comments that you guys have.
Could you put up your diagram with your pieces of the pie? It was one of your primary instructions at the beginning.
The ground coverage one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I tested multiple suburbs around Maryland, as well as multiple different cities, at varying scales as well. I checked New York, I checked DC, I checked Chicago, I checked Urbana, Maryland, Mount Airy, Maryland, and one other, and I don't remember the name right now. Sorry. There we go. Nope. I got excited. There we go.
When you look at the figure ground of like asphalt to trees to grass to buildings, you found roughly one third is what you're saying.
Yeah, it varied based on the city, of course, but it was averaged about this.
A small city?
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't
Yeah.
just the whole, like.
No, I had to scale it out and region it out so I could get a
It's
good.
based on an urban analysis.
Yes.
That typical suburb, so I was imagining the entire county, and I was thinking
That would take forever.
And also, I don't think it would balance out that way, right?
Yeah.
For the whole county, but inside of like a variety of small urban areas, it might, okay.
Yeah.
So, well, if I live here, or there, or whatever, and you invite me to a party, at your house, I don't drive, and a taxi cab is gonna drop me off, or traveling with my, companion who is in a wheelchair, so how do I get to your place?
The Pocket City would have multiple addresses based on underground drop-off locations, each near some of the steps.
Let's imagine I'm
Okay.
in town.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm coming in a taxi cab. How do I get to
So the taxi cab will go underground to where the parking is. So it'll probably come down here and then have each one of these stair areas is a drop-off location and a drop-off address. With an elevator and a staircase. Some have multiple elevators on the north side because a majority of the people coming in are going to go to the commercial.
the sign so that it said, for residents who live here, this is the elevator you take, the stair you take, or
All of the elevators and stairs are open to any of the residents or any people coming in.
my cab driver takes
Mm-hmm. You would. So ADA vehicles are also allowed on site. And based on need, they would be able to park or stop their cars near some areas.
if somebody needed that kind of accommodation, the taxi cab could drive on that street.
Yeah. Yes, if they have that sort of accommodation. Nothing is actually elevated higher than the streets. The only area that the cars would not be able to pass through is on the north side where the steps are. This whole area is on grade for the most part. It's angled slightly down into the site, but no matter where you are on those sites, you can drive down into it if need be. Yes, yeah. Except on the north side where, yeah. Stairs are these 4 spots right here.
Well, I want to ask some questions. When we look at European cities, they haven't necessarily excluded the car. The cars might be smaller, and their street sections might be narrower, right? I wouldn't say in Rome you have a lot of room for pedestrians or cars. I remember sharing quite a few sidewalks with the car.
Same thing in Florence.
But eliminating the car pretty much entirely, except for the rare exception that Matt was talking about, is that drastic of a response really, the solution? If you go back to the 1970s, there was a movement in the United States in many small cities to leave out, to eliminate the car, like to create a pedestrian mall in a city. Salisbury, Maryland, Cumberland, Maryland, Elton, Maryland, places where they did that, places where they only in fact made the car circulation one way instead of 2 ways. They started to kill the retail in the city, and they started to harm the city. Other things contributed as well outside of the city, but you know what I mean? Like there is something to movement, to bringing people, So I'm just bringing that up. Did you study any of that? Did you study any of those historical precedents of what people thought would happen? They thought it would flourish as a pedestrian-only space, only to learn that they had harmed it. And then you go into places, like great Italian piazzas, and you realize, we study them in the abstract here in school, but then we go back and we see them in person, and they're loaded with people, cars, buses, trucks.
Yeah, so I've actually investigated a few. The one example I gave up there with the cul-de-sac one, that one began to make people feel very isolated. And the reason for that and the reason for the failure of some other ones around the area is their lack of public transportation and mass transportation that is allowing people to not have to use the cars to come to this area. Now, I realize that this is an extreme circumstance trying to completely push away from cars as well, but you also look at new urbanism where they did something similar in that aspect, but then those communities brought back more cars, and also because those communities were so famous and special, it became 98% rich old people, and so the communities didn't thrive, and they didn't become anything super special because it was just a bunch of retired people spending time at their house.
So now you're talking economics, and one of the things that this thesis is kind of predicated on is this idea of duplicated systems, right? There's the above ground grid and the walkways and the places, and there's the underground vehicle circulation and parking and things like that. And I know we really don't test ideas against economics for the sake of thesis because it's not usually that helpful. But as the economy goes up and down, expands and contracts, projects that are more likely to be successful are ones that are more likely to be economically viable, right? So when you're creating redundant systems and you have to build more duplicate things, there's just no getting around it. There's expense. And that's why, maybe only the upper echelon of, the economics class can afford to live in a place like that because, this is already one of the most expensive places in the world, right? It's in Montgomery County, Maryland. It's in White Flint. You are near public transportation. Did you also map out like the path of the metro underground? Are you avoiding all of the things that you would need to avoid in order to figure? You're not really free in this part of the county being so close to the metro to just build anything you want underground. Really
Of course, yeah.
Where's the Pocket City rules coming from?
The Pocket City rules came from a combination of precedents. Of course, the pocket community that I talked about, a little bit from the new urbanism that I talked about, trying to use the precedents where they had some success and had some failures and trying to take the successes from them and trying to merge them into one hopefully successful idea.
9 rules are a lot of rules to follow. There's 4 square and there's 9 square, right? I wonder what 4 square, 4 rule.
That's a fair point. At the same time, I commend you for taking that, making that move of developing your 9 rules from precedents, which is a kind of process of abstraction of the actual examples. I can tell that you've really researched a lot of precedents and seen how they behaved. And I kind of have a question about the, let's say, the social behavior of your design. And it's that quad in the middle, which is really spectacular and has a lot of cool things going on. But one is, one's obviously concerned about with the Jane Jacobs. Jane Jacobs would be concerned that it's too big, and then in the evening hours, there aren't going to be that many eyes on it. It's not going to support a diversity of uses for enough of the day, and then it can become a somewhat unsafe space, especially if there's a lot of public access to it. So I wondered if you could talk to that.
Yeah, so the hope with trying to create it a little bit safer, as you said, during the night, would be the inclusion of those community buildings on either side, connecting to the sports fields that are right out there, hopefully lighting them up, and hopefully the community buildings would be used a little bit later in the night. Of course, that leaves out the north and south sides centralized in the plan. But hoping that those two sides would become a little bit more of where the nightlife would happen in that ceremonial side on the west and the sporting side on the east.
Do you have retail facing the green?
Yes, yeah. So the right here, and then this is the rec center.
The ambition of this is staggering. And I've just been sitting here staring at these drawings, some of which are really extraordinarily beautiful. And you're to be commended at the scale of this effort and the research and this sort of forward-looking idea that someday we may not have cars. You know, we may need, I mean, it could happen, or at least we may, certainly the generations as we go through them, younger people are buying less cars and they're using Zip cars and Uber and things like that. So that's a trend that's happening. I guess when I sit here and I look at the overall of this, a couple of things occur to me. If I squint my eyes and look at it and I just think, well, there's kind of a street hierarchy, and if I didn't think those streets didn't have cars, it seems like a very reasonable and extremely well done urban design plan. You know, it just, in some respects. What is a little bit troubling to me, two things are a little bit troubling to me. One is that I don't think the commercial really works just sort of littering the perimeter and things. And I think what I might have looked for is a more deliberate path to the metro through the whole community that's almost like a spine of this community that everybody walks down, because that's going to be the principal line of travel, I think, to get up to, they're going to walk along the road up there to the metro, up that way. And I'm wondering, would it have made more sense to just have a short commercial street that funnels everybody in the community through there, that comes out at that corner, so that it activates that? And instead, because retail doesn't really work one-sided, which a lot of your retail has, I think it's very difficult for that to happen. And the second thing that sort of comes to me that I'd like you to talk about is, you know, the examples you showed, I think, are quite a bit smaller than this. You know, and when they say pocket, I think it's a smaller grouping of things. And I started thinking, well, maybe this isn't the pocket city. Maybe this is more the duffel bag city, you know, in a sense that it's a much larger idea. You know, it's the pockets where it works well, which are these residential pods, you know, where there's a communal space that people can use that would be maintained by some homeowners association and stuff. That seems to work. But is it an idea that translates easily to this scale? Because the things you showed, you know, the European cities that I can think of that are largely pedestrian, they still allow cars in, but if you live there, you get a pass, right? You can't, like parts of Rome, you can't just go driving through because they've closed it off the cars. If you're a resident there, you get a little pass and you can go in, or a taxi cab can get you to a hotel and things like that. And it's a bit of a different management operation. So maybe talk a little bit about those, the retail question and the question of scale, whether the idea of the pocket city, whether you're really looking at something that is a challenge to scale in this way.
Yeah, so as for the retail, I had an iteration before that kind of lined it out straight towards the center of the park. I feel as if I pulled away because I wanted some sort of secondary gathering space that wasn't the park, more for people that might be coming in from the outside, whereas the park might be much quieter and closer to nature. The actual plaza itself could be something that could have like an event, like a farmer's market or something like that. I think that's the initial reason that kind of pushed me towards opening that space up rather than closing it down like I have with some of the other streets.
How much retail do you have for British Land?
600.
600,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. I can easily see just a simple little retail street there leading to that corner and be done with it. Just say, you know, that's my little community street. Everything funnels into that. People from the outside can come in. There's a nice part of it that overlooks the park. 600,000 square feet is quite a bit. Given where we are these days with Amazon and COVID and things like that, it's wildly optimistic, I think, these days. So I think I would probably try to just compress that into something that is smaller so that it's more activated. And even when there's not a lot of people there, it seems like there's a lot of people there. You can probably get away with, in this community there, you can probably get away with, 100,000 square feet, fine. In terms of just neighborhood serving, dry cleaner, a couple of neighborhood restaurants, CVS, whatever, and that would be good. That's all you need.
Okay. I think you were up first.
Maybe it's late in the day, but your project is very ambitious and it's very big, and it's sort of hard for me to get my head around it in some respects. And some of the moves, like these two sunken areas in the center, and I seem to think your amphitheater is south-facing, so it wouldn't work during the day because the light would be shining in people's eyes. And I kind of question also, Rockefeller Center has that sunken pit, which is activated by the skating rink, and there's sort of a density. So I'm not sure why that move is, but I think that move would be reinforced if there was more of it. In the way there's a Morphosis project in Madrid for social housing that I visited several times with students, with architects from the US, and successfully create sort of a mat of parking with housing above, and there's sort of courtyards that penetrate between the two. So I would think that, I understand that, well, my question is, are those two pits moves to connect parking to public space, and couldn't that become a more nuanced matrix of smaller courtyards so that parking becomes sort of integrated into the design in a more interesting idiom, like exploring and pushing the limits of what a parking garage is and what an underground space is, and a space that you don't need an underground. I mean, so to try to connect the two systems. Foster's designed an ecological city in Saudi Arabia called Masdar, which you might have seen, which has automated metro system underneath. I mean, it's a very similar system, but with a neo-regional, technological, fascinating read on the architecture. So, and that goes back to the ambitiousness of the project. So, it's sort of an open-ended question and maybe wandering a bit.
So I can talk a little bit about the drop downs. I know those, the centralized one, they both were added very late in the design process. So the centralized one is one that I knew I wanted to have. That sort of emphasized that central nature that I've had throughout the entire design process. I think the idea of having more of them around the site is a really interesting thing that I would, given more time, would want to explore. Really connect the parking lot a little bit more with what's going on above it. So I do appreciate that idea and that comment. I think that could be something that could become really engaging for the people as they drive in and drive through the parking lot itself.
Marcus, Maddie, Jennifer, and then Douglas is. Yeah, I'll check it out.
I'll be real quick. Overall, nice job, Will. Anecdote, as a member of the Congress for New Urbanism, I welcome the critique. If you want to help me critique that sort of philosophy, I welcome that. But in saying that, you started off by talking about that particular precedent. I was actually thinking that before you even said it, the sort of cul-de-sac project. It seems to me that your project is sort of an alternative to that, because I do think this idea, as Professor Bell was saying, of having communities, at least in part, that do operate without cars. It's not too far-fetched. In fact, the cul-de-sac project, which isn't completely built yet, is already leased out. So I think there is an option for that, not necessarily, you know, the solution to all, right? But the possibility of that, I think, is very successful, or yet to be successful and analyzed. And with regards to your plan, the sort of actual pockets, in a traditional sense, these pocket neighborhoods to the south, they do seem a little detached from the northern part of the plan. But I see this really nice sort of boulevard that you have there. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to sort of link these two gradients of building typology by allowing this sort of, you know, almost like emerald spot, excuse me, emerald spine sort of connecting these neighborhoods. And that could sort of link the entire master plan composition together, while also providing building typology diversity alongside that. Just something to sort of bring together the southern part and the northern part of both the development, but also the different sides of this sort of central depressed square as well. Did you give some consideration to something like that?
So you're talking mainly about how the smaller residential compares to the northern side. So initially I was struggling with how to break down the massive city to the north and get into more of a single family subject to the south. I think preferably maybe a bigger site could be more useful for this, but when I started to design it this way, I was mainly focusing on axes and where people coming in from outside of the site might be going. And so having this strong axis across the middle right there connects directly to this suburb that spans way over here. So if anyone is walking from over there, walking through this park, trying to get to the commercial, all they do is really have to go north rather than explore through the rest of the site itself. This was a park. This is the park that was on the west. Yes, yeah. Yes.
You know, I do want to express appreciation for the voluminous effort. I mean, it is you bit off a lot, and you have done, for the most part, a great job of, you know, chewing on so many different things. You've given yourself so many design challenges, right, at so many different scales, which that is totally commendable. That's really fantastic. I'm looking at some of your choices and some of your decisions, and you know, I see some things, and I'm wondering, well, is that like serendipitous, or was that purposeful? I'll give you a couple examples. You know, here we see two buildings kind of, you know, maybe creating a gateway and a vista down a lane. But when I go over here, or I go here, you know, I don't see those same relationships and possibilities happening in other locations. And then I look at this kind of shape at the center of your plan, and I see that kind of a move. Here it's slightly curved. Here it's linear segments, but not curved. This is not a, you know, kind of formal shape or place. It's a result of, you know, that, and there's a desire to see a lot of that resolved differently. I imagine with a little more time, you would absolutely get there. But there's also something about just the intentionality. You know, this is a very formal element. I would have loved to have seen the same kind of energy put into that center space.
Yeah, I just want to comment, you really, you know, bring the concept of pocket city and try to celebrate the pedestrian and celebrate the not using the car. So that's really great. One quick question is, I look at your overall site plan. I try to understand, like normally if you don't put any labels, anything, you can graphically, you can see the design intent, but I don't really see strong ideas. For instance, like I always look at this community garden plan, I question myself, why it's in that particular location. Because you think about it, this is, I believe it's the 355, right? Yeah, Iraq. And then you can see the other side, of course, is all big commercial buildings. And for urban design standpoint, normally, you can do bookend, you can do other type of things. And then, and I'll look at the other side, you have a greenery on the east side. And I'm just wondering, what's your decision making thought process is putting the community garden along that way. And of course, we talk about along the diagonal that how you might really put the commercial around that because it's kind of a nature, or everybody gonna go that route if taking metro. But I try to understand what the other thoughts is how strategically you place different things in terms of the overall site plan.
I mean, as for the community garden, I had played around with multiple locations for it. I think what really pushed me to keeping it on the west side was mainly because at a site this scale, a community garden is a really good idea, but it needs other members or workers in the community to make sure it's actually maintained. And fitting that around the main office building for the community where the officials and everyone else that's running the community is going to be spoke to me a little bit more than pushing it over to the green space over here where it's already a little bit more residential, a little bit quieter. You don't really want everyone from the entire neighborhood to start to push over towards this quieter side of the entire plan. I think that was my main emphasis on why to move it and keep it over on the west side. I have not.
Yeah, I happen to just volunteer in our neighborhood, not really our neighborhood, but downtown McLean, we have a little park that we did invasive species pull out for community garden. It's not really pretty, massive site, because it's really kind of a walking process. If you rented or some group rented out, it's always better to put in there, but it's neglected. It's not presented in a way that our designer wanted to. I'm just wanted to, think about it.
Okay.
And we make the design decision, and then we think, oh, that's a good location to put in there, but really need to cross the line.
Of course, thank you.
Thanks, Will. This certainly has been a very thought-provoking presentation. So let me see if I can connect up some of the ideas we've been talking about. You early on talked about connectivity, how that there was a problem because of the lack of connectivity, from the surrounding neighborhoods, I believe. So that's one piece of it. The other is your rule about the Central Community Park. I believe that's a wonderful rule, but this particular development is adjacent to a very large park, and it seems to me that you might be better served by creating two axes in this place. One, the green axis that connects both your new neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods to the existing park, because I think taking advantage of an already existing resource would be a good idea here. So that would be the kind of one, ceremonial axis in this place. And the other is connectivity to the metro. And I feel like, yeah, you can get there, but I don't see that. I don't see these two things as being really celebrated ways here, that kind of urban access or the connectivity to the whole metro area, and then the connectivity to the park. So I would see that as a productive strategy. Right now, I think park space is great, but I see the park you've proposed as somewhat more of a barrier than a connector. And ideas like depressing parts of the park, that creates such a barrier for so many people. If I'm pushing my grandkid in a stroller, I got to go take an elevator so I can get down there. Not going to happen. Somebody breaks a leg, forget it. So I worry about that. I guess that, one of your challenges here is how do you make the transition from multifamily and mixed use to the kind of less dense and single family. And I just worry that the folks living in the mixed use area, while they'll have a great environment there, I'm just a little worried that there isn't a kind of an easy transition between the types of housing, rather than buffering it with a big park. Why not make a kind of step down scheme to get you from the kind of larger scale to the smaller scale side of the site?
All right. So to summarize a bit here, I guess, Will has addressed an issue that I think we can all agree exists, and then has proposed a ambitious, provocative design solution that has elicited considerable criticism. And I believe that is really at the essence of what we are doing here in an architectural thesis, is to propose the most progressive and provocative ideas that we can come up with, whether they're controversial or not, to bring out as much criticism as we can to have these discussions. So that's a wrap.
Good summary. Okay, thank you to our jurors who are here for the afternoon. Thank you guys so much for being here. And congratulations to the students that presented today. We will be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the same routine, 3 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon. See you tomorrow. Good.